Well, Gore, this is the balance beam in the dark is an interesting way to start. Welcome everyone. So happy to see you all here. We're doing it again. We're doing an woohoo! And one person over there is really happy about it. It's so lovely to see you all here once again. We're off and running for another all-day hay. What a treat it is to be back here. Can you believe it? It's this is the 7th edition of this, the 7th all-day hay. So I'm going to come behind the lectern. Is that too formal? Still with me? Okay, that's good. Yes, 7 years at this now. I can't quite believe it. Before we get into anything else, we'll do a bit of housekeeping. We'll get into the talks very soon. But a few bits and pieces before we get into that. Since we've done this 7 years, I'm curious. Is anyone returning? Has anyone been here before? Can I have I can't see, so a whoop would be nice. Hands aren't going to help. Right, okay. Various levels of enthusiasms with the whoops, but there's whoops nonetheless. That's great. Has anyone, I'm curious, anyone been to, I don't know, 3 or more? Okay, smaller number. You're going to have to work harder with the whoops because there are going to be fewer of you. 4 or more? Okay. Members of the crew whooping, which is good. 5 or more? Very good, impressive. 6 or more? Where were you earlier? Well, we appreciate you. I was going to say so, but this is the 7th. Maybe the most important one. Who's here for the first time? Whoop from the people here for the first time. Oh, marvellous. Oh, well, welcome. It's lovely to see you and hear you here. You're very welcome. Since we've done this a few times, it's difficult to know how to keep it fresh. So fortunately, we've got a wonderful set of speakers. I know the talks are going to be amazing. Also, I've been asking some of the speakers how we could keep it fresh, and the wonderful Jack Franklin, who you'll hear from later on, gave me the advice that we should optimize it for TikTok. So that's what we're doing. It was a bit of a late request, but all of the speakers have been asked to reformat their slides so that it works perfectly for TikTok. Giant screen, be damned. There's the schedule. I don't know, Jack. I mean, it was a lovely idea, but we might have to revert. I think we will make full use of this whole screen rather than doing that. I think you deserve the beautiful screen, and the people from this beautiful city, the lovely Leeds, deserve the very best. So why not? Let's keep going with the whoops. Whoop if you're from Leeds, from Yorkshire, from another county. Welcome. No, you're very welcome. But I love the fact that we do this conference in Leeds. I'm based down near London, and so there are lots of events down there. I'm from York originally. I'm kind of Yorkshire is my spiritual home, and I just adore Leeds. It's like this beautiful, kind of interesting, vibrant city, and it's just lovely to be able to do an event here, and it's always such a warm, welcoming group, so I thank you for that. Since I did say that I no longer live in Yorkshire, I'm always worried about whether or not I'll be allowed back, since I'm adopted as a southerner now, so I have to ask a proper northerner, which is Josh Nesbitt, who's our actual host, whether or not I'll be allowed back, and he does allow me to come back, which is nice. If you see Josh, and this is what he looks like, if you see Josh around the conference, make sure you give him your heartfelt thanks, because he produces this event. He's got lots of help to do it, but my goodness, it's a big lift. So make sure you thank him for all his incredible efforts. Let's get into some of the logistics and bits and pieces. So as I mentioned, we're here in wonderful Leeds, but of course we do have people joining at home from a live stream as well. So from wherever you are in the world joining the event, you're very welcome. We do like to kind of gather some of the conversation and some of the coverage from the event on whatever social media channel you're favouring these days. All Day Hay is the hashtag we use everywhere for that. I love seeing where people are viewing it from, in addition to kind of comments and feedback and coverage from you lovely folks here in the room as well. So please feel free to share and tag things about the event. That seems like a good opportunity then to also mention that, of course, like every good conference, we have a code of conduct. You can find that on the website, heypresents.com, code of conduct. There's also a link at the bottom of in the footer to get to that. So if anything impedes your ability to feel safe and welcome and participate fully in the event, we really want to know about that. We want to make this as approachable and safe environment as for everyone as possible, which I'm sure will be the case, but we really want to make an emphasis about that. So the details details about how to let us know if there are issues that are standing in the way of that. You can, of course, talk to Josh, talk to myself, but there's also contact details on there if you'd prefer to go that route. Also on the website are details of the schedule. Now, you also have those in your lanyards. On the back of your lanyards, you have a schedule, but you can check that out as well on the website, which you will be doing, I suspect, through your mobile phone, because on Wi-Fi details, there is no Wi-Fi here today. You're welcome. I think it's lovely to have the people in the room. You know, it's nice to see faces looking at the talks rather than in laptops, and it's just it just keeps us all focused. And let's be honest, I think most of us have got pretty good coverage on our other devices as well. So we're not providing Wi-Fi. Who knows what you'll find if you rootle around? But there's no conference Wi-Fi. A few other bits and pieces about some housekeeping. Toilets, you may have found those already, but for those, again, if you're watching on the live stream, I can't help you. You know better than me. But for those people here in Leeds and in the venue, there are toilets down out where the kind of bar area is, down right past the bar at the very end. There's a bunch of toilets there. Also, there are, I think, are there any people upstairs? Have we got some people upstairs? Okay, we do. I hope you're here for this conference. I hope you're not watching, hoping to see Fast and Furious. What number are we up to? 25. I'm sure you're in the right place. There are toilets upstairs as well, right at the end of the corridor there. Follow the signs for tattoos. Really, that's where they are. No, you won't be forced to have a tattoo in order to spend a penny. Okay, another comment on format, Q&A. We don't do Q&A at this conference. We just kind of keep things rolling. But the speakers love to chat. We've got some breaks. We're going to have a social later at the end of the day. So if you've got questions, grab them, talk to them. We love having the conversations. Also, there is conversation happening in Slack. I think that's probably, especially for the folks who are watching in live stream. So I think there are details of, I didn't check on this actually, I think there are details of how to get into Slack via the website. And I know that lots of people are in there already. Love to have conversations there as well. I should get out of the way soon, so Amy will be able to get up and do a talk. I promise I won't keep. Yeah, I know Amy's tired of me talking. She's ready. She's chomping at the bit. But before we get to Amy, I did want to call out, the wonderful support we have from all of these sponsors. This conference wouldn't happen without all of them giving their very, very generous support. In particular, I want to call out Frankly, who sponsored the coffee. There's great coffee here. I know it might be a bit of a long queue, but it's worth it. But there's also other refreshments as well. But thanks to Frankly for sponsoring that, and also for Work Digital, who are sponsoring the live captioning. So you'll have noticed we've got live captioning either side of the stage, and we've got the wonderful Amanda doing that live from New Mexico. So our words are bouncing there and back and being live captioned. So we're very grateful to Work Digital for subsidising that so that we can bring that to you as well. Okay, I think we're about there. The schedule I mentioned. We're about to get into Amy's talk. Josh, is there anything I've forgotten? All good? Should we do a conference? Let's do a conference. Okay, I think it's about time. So I will let Amy make her way to the stage. I'm so happy that we get to open the conference with Amy Hupe. She works as a consultant doing content design and design systems. She's done work for GDS for GovUK, where she worked very much on the design system there. So I'm instantly a big fan. Also has done consulting work for companies like BT and Which Magazine, the latter of which I think made her an expert in things like composting. So again, grab her in the breaks if you want composting bants. She's all there for it. She is a really thoughtful and inclusive practitioner for writing all kinds of content and copy for the web. And we're going to hear about some aspects of that with regards to documentation. In her talk, which I imagine is how to write short documentation, I can only imagine that's what that is. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
I honestly was expecting the first heckle of the day. So please make her incredibly welcome to the stage. It's Amy Hupe, everyone. Amy!
Yes, okay, right. We'll see my desktop there. Get this out here. Okay, that all looking good. Right, let me just hide my toolbar. You don't want to look at that, do you? Lovely. Yeah, I just had a pastry like 10 minutes before I came on stage, and my esophagus is making some weird noises. So I'm sorry if that happens. Yeah, so I also realised from Phil's introduction and the advertising that they have asterisked out all of the swearing from the title of my talk in all the advertising, and I haven't done that. So sorry in advance. Hope that's okay. So yeah, for those of you who are wondering who on earth I am, my name is Amy. I am a consultant based in the UK. And I specialise in two main areas. So the first one is content design, and the second one is design systems. And it's actually sort of the intersection of these two things that I'm going to talk to you about today. So documentation, that's kind of where I think those two things meet. I have worked, as Phil mentioned again, for the GovUK design system. I've also worked for Babylon Health, for BT, which is also EE and PlusNet, and more recently for Springer Nature. And so I've worked on design systems across those organisations over the last kind of 7 years or so. But I wanted to first just tell you a bit of a story about how I've ended up here today. So it all began at FFConf in 2022. Was anybody here there? Ooh, yeah, lovely. And that's where I met Josh, who is the organiser of today. And so the night before the conference began, Josh found himself kind of wandering around the streets of Brighton, making him sound a bit weird, aren't I? And happened upon our table. So I was sitting with Stu Robson, who's in the audience somewhere, who I was working with at the time. Hello. And also our colleague Hayden Pickering. And I think Josh recognised Hayden's trademark moustache from Twitter and asked if he could join our table for a drink. So Josh and I had what I would personally describe as a kind of instant, very powerful connection. Would you agree? Shaking his head. Not sure. And so, yeah, so we kind of hung out a little bit, watched talks, had a nice time. And then on the last night, after kind of 2 days of that and sort of heavy networking, we found ourselves kind of chatting at the drinks reception about how we were getting home the next day. And it just so happened that I was actually heading here to Leeds to see some friends. And Josh, sort of as you do, just blurted out, oh, you know, I live in Leeds. And immediately after he said it, he had what I can sort of only describe as a look of sheer terror pass over his face when he realised that he had disclosed this information and started telling me, oh, you know, but my train's very early, so I'll be, just, you know, tired or something. So, yeah, I get it, right? 2 full days spent in the company of lots of people, one of them me. You're just tired, aren't you? And you obviously need a bit of a break and just some downtime to recharge. And I hadn't booked my train home at that point, so I was kind of thinking, do I crash Josh's journey? And I was like, no, I shouldn't. That would be really bad. I hadn't really organised my journey. So I was really torn, but I just thought, no, I can't do it to the guy. It would be so harsh. And then I thought, fuck it. So we did get the train together. And as you can see from this photo, it turned out to be quite joyous for the both of us. Josh answered my endless torrent of questions about his work, his life, his family. Say hi to Sal for me. That's his mum. And a lovely time was had by all. So, yeah, after eventually kind of resigning himself to my chatter without his AirPods, he pacified me by asking if I wanted to speak at All Day Hey. So here I am, absolutely delighted to be here and crack on with the talk. So, yes, I need to let you know up front, as I kind of alluded to at the start, there is going to be sarcasm and swearing in this talk. If you are of a sensitive disposition about those things, there's not really anything we can do about that now. Here we are. Hopefully, I won't be too offensive. You also might be wondering about the title of my talk. So, why do we want to write shit documentation? Well, not good documentation. We'll get to that in a few moments, but I am going to start us off with an exercise just to bring some energy into the room. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you talk to anyone. You have all been furnished with a pen and a piece of paper, which you should find somewhere around your seat. You lot might be out of luck. I'm not sure if we ran out. If you, yeah, oh, you look like you have got some. If not, then just use the notes app on your phone or something. So if you could grab your pen and paper, I'm going to give you a set of instructions. Okay. Lovely. Mixed expressions about being made to do work at this juncture in the day. It'll be fun, it'll be fun. Okay, so, right, I'm going to give you 7 instructions. Number 1, please draw an oval on your piece of paper. Lovely. Can you now draw a triangle coming out of the right-hand side of the oval? Okay, now, please, on top of the oval, can you draw a sideways letter B with the back of the B touching the oval? Some of you are looking really perplexed by this. Where is she going? Okay. Now, can you draw 3 thick lines going across the oval? Okay, now on the left-hand side of the oval, can you draw a C shape on its side? Nearly there, we're nearly there. Above the C shape, can you now draw 2 dots side by side? And last one. Now can you draw 6 straight lines coming out from the bottom of the oval? Okay. Lovely. So I'm hoping that you've drawn something like this. Can you hold up your drawings for me? Wow. Yeah. Okay, something's looking like bees, something's looking horrifying. Yeah. I'd love you to tweet me a picture of what you've drawn so I can see. Okay. All right, we've all enjoyed the bees. Now I'm going to carry on talking. So, why did this happen? What was wrong? What went wrong here? So why did we all end up with different drawings? Why did you not all draw the same thing there? So I think one reason is that it was really obvious to me that I was asking you to draw a bee. So I drew the bee myself and I wrote down the steps that I took to get to that bee. But a really big difference between me and you here is that I knew that my end goal here was a picture of a bee, and I didn't tell you that, right? So I also didn't ask you anything about your skills and your knowledge. So I didn't say, do you know how to draw? Are you comfortable drawing? Do you know what a bee looks like? Have you ever seen a bee before? And if we also look at these instructions and the drawings that you made when you followed them, then we can see gaps. So for instance, I didn't tell you which way round the oval should go. So some of you drew it portrait, some of you drew it landscape. And at step 4, I asked you to draw 3 thick lines going across the oval, but I didn't tell you whether they should be horizontal or vertical. And I can see that we've done both across the audience. So there was this kind of inbuilt room for error and inconsistency here. And I think the reason that these kind of gaps exist in our documentation and creep into our documentation is because of something called the curse of knowledge. So the curse of knowledge is a type of bias that we get when we've kind of built up a certain amount of experience and knowledge about a particular topic, whether that's drawing bumblebees or installing a piece of software or using a design system or anything else. Once we've reached the point of knowing something well, which is usually where we've got to at the point that we're documenting it, it becomes really difficult to put ourselves in the shoes of a person who doesn't have that same level of knowledge and information that we have. And I often think here about a quote from a friend and colleague of mine, somebody called Caroline Jarrett, who is a forms and survey specialist. And she says, we cannot judge if something is both clear and correct. If we know it well enough to say that it's correct, then we know it too well to say that it's also clear. And I want you to keep this in mind today as we go through this talk, because this is one of the most important foundations for documentation. So good documentation helps people to find and contribute to and use our products. And this is really important because this is what helps people understand and influence them. And the more people that can use and influence our products, the more those products are able to cater to a broad set of needs and experiences. And I think this is important because the tech industry has a problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion, or indeed a distinct lack of it. It's why 90% of teams in the tech industry still look like this. So the teams that build our websites and applications are still overwhelmingly white, young, cis, non-disabled, and male. And it's my belief that good documentation is inclusive, and it absolutely cannot completely solve all of those problems because they are systemic, big problems, but I firmly believe that it is a powerful tool in our arsenal to help mitigate and counteract some of those problems. So given all that, why on earth am I advising you to write shit documentation? Why am I recommending that given everything that I just said? Well, an important premise here is that the lack of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our industry is a problem worth solving. And this is a value that I've held on to throughout my kind of 7 years or so working in this space. It's something that I've strived to bring to the table in any role that I've done, whether I've been managing a design system or working as a tech writer or content designer. I've always tried to hold on to that principle. But then, in November last year, all of that changed. I was lucky enough to come across this stunning thought piece by Basecamp CEO and all-round legend, David Heinemeier Hansson. Who read this? Stick your hand up if you read this. Did you love it? Hands all? Yeah, great. Okay, so I'm going to warn you up front, this piece is a little bit challenging, but we've got plenty of time to dig into David's ethos as we go through the talk. So, in the article, David explains that diversity, equity and inclusion is in fact so embarrassingly 2020 that we should just collectively reject it and instead return to the fail-safe and completely unproblematic concepts of meritocracy and colourblindness and natural equality of opportunity. So the sturdiness of these concepts ensure that they will prevail over our misguided attempts to make our industry and therefore our products more representative. Now, you might be thinking that maybe it's a bit too convenient for David, who is, on the face of it, a relatively mediocre white guy, to be arguing against diversity, equity, and inclusion. But he does actually address this head on. He says, it turns out that the central premise of diversity, equity, and inclusion, that discrepancies between demography statistics and employment reality is de facto proof of discrimination, is simply false. Yeah, quite hard to pass, that sentence, but the sense in it, I think you'll agree, is undeniable. So imagine what a silly sausage I felt when I read that. So inspired by David's profound wisdom, I have now decided to abandon my efforts to write accessible and inclusive documentation and turn my hand instead to a new endeavour. I've realised that writing shit documentation helps us to protect our knowledge and make ourselves indispensable to the organisations who employ us. And so from this point onwards, my mission is to create documentation that excludes and confounds and frustrates people and rendering it completely unusable. So today I'm going to walk through 5 principles that will help you to achieve the same. Now, these principles are based on my 7 years working at the intersection of design systems and content design, are inspired by David's wisdom, and will stand you in good stead. I can't even say it with a straight face. In what I hope you'll agree is a worthy pursuit. So they are as follows. Don't do user research. Make sure no one can find your docs. Organise documentation by audience type and not task. Do not get clear on documentation scope and type, and write in the passive voice. So let's start from the top. Don't do user research. Now remember how I talked about the curse of knowledge? Well, user research helps us to counterbalance that curse of knowledge. So if we can invite and understand different perspectives, then we create this kind of opposing force to that inbuilt bias that we carry. We give our users the job of determining whether what we've written is clear and effective. It also helps us to make sure that we're being time and cost efficient, in that we know, if we know what information our users actually need, then we only create the content that we actually need. We only have to maintain the content that we actually need. We're not creating unnecessary excess. So there are different stages of a product's life cycle, right? And as your product matures, I have found that the methods for researching and testing documentation needs to change at different stages of that life cycle. So let's just look at these in a bit more detail. So if we were aiming to create good documentation, which again, we're not, the very first thing that we would want to do is to understand more about the people who are going to be reading it. So for this, I typically conduct semi-structured interviews with a cross-section of people in the organisation to understand things like their level of knowledge about the thing that we're documenting, or how they work and what processes they follow, what kind of tools they're using, where they go to find documentation today, and how they best process and understand information. During this stage, I like to pay really sort of close attention to the language that people use to describe whatever it is that we're documenting. So this will help us when it comes to naming either kind of individual pieces of documentation or sections within that documentation, as well as category naming and overall information architecture. And once we've done that, once we've discovered some basic information about our users, we then want to test our early assumptions about the content and organisation of our documentation. So at this stage, I like to use things like card sorting, tree testing, or usability testing of wireframes to really understand whether we're moving in the right direction in terms of how we're naming and grouping our documentation. So the objective, I think, at this stage is to keep design relatively low fidelity, allowing our users to just focus on the content at hand first and foremost, and also preventing us from spending too much time perfecting our designs before we've really validated the overall approach. Once we've established a kind of level of confidence in this, then we should have enough information to start actually writing our documentation. And at this stage, we need to do user research that really concentrates on validating that our documentation is fulfilling its purpose. And the best way that I've found to do this is to test the findability and the efficacy of individual pieces of documentation with task-based usability testing. So for example, if you're writing an installation guide, get someone to try and install the software in question. Don't just get them to read it, like see if they can actually use it. And when I'm doing this, I like to make notes using a sort of traffic light system where we identify red issues, so that's times where participants were completely unable to complete the task or part of a task without intervention. Amber issues, which are times when participants were still able to complete the task, but they encountered friction or they expressed frustration or confusion. And then green issues, so times when participants were able to complete the task with relative ease. If we repeat these exercises with several users with different levels of experience and seniority and background knowledge and with different roles and things, it helps us to build up a really clear picture of the problem areas and the iterations that we need to make to our documentation. To return to my earlier point, user research helps us counterbalance the curse of knowledge. So if your goal was to write good documentation, then everything that I've just described will stand you in good stead. But as David reflects, it really has been a crazy couple of years in the throes of zealotry. Oh, goodness. And it's just time that we put this madness to bed. So instead of wasting our time understanding what users need, we can take a different and altogether more efficient approach. I propose that we rebrand the curse of knowledge to the gift of knowledge and protect it at all costs. Wield a scarcity mindset. Make yourself indispensable by ensuring that you and only you can understand and operate the products that you make. And to reinforce this, we can move on to principle number 2. Make sure no one can find your docs. There is a GIF on the next slide. It is moving. If you are sensitive to GIFs, please shut your eyes now. I suspect that we've all worked in organisations who couldn't settle on a single documentation tool. So this is very, very common in large organisations, and the end result is usually documentation that lives across multiple different destinations, usually with no particular rhyme or reason for living in the place that it does. And if we were looking to create good documentation, which obviously we no longer are, then we would work to bring intention to these journeys. So we can't necessarily get rid of the use of multiple tools. It's normally something that we're kind of stuck with within our organisations, but we can certainly map our existing information architecture to understand where our content intersects and to create logical routes through our documentation. And this is where user research provides us with a really strong foundation. So it can help us to understand where people will go to look for documentation and the terms that they'll use to search for it. Now, I've adapted this quote from something that Sarah Drummond, who, if you don't know her, she's a service designer and she was co-founder of the service design agency Snook, once said, which is that service design is mostly brownfield most of the time, so not greenfield. And I think the same is true of information architecture. So we're pretty much never working with a blank canvas. We're never working in a kind of greenfield landscape when it comes to information architecture, because organisations start creating documentation from their very inception. So we have to find ways to navigate our way through this kind of messy landscape. And this means being cognizant that our documentation may overlap with other existing documentation, and then doing the work to reconcile any repetition and create journeys through related information. So for example, when we started creating documentation for the GovUK design system, we weren't doing it in a vacuum. So we knew that parts of our documentation were going to overlap with other existing resources that were being used and being maintained by people at GDS and government service teams. So we had the GovUK Service Manual, which is a comprehensive but fairly sort of high-level guide to creating government services. We had the GovUK Content Style Guide, which is for content writers and publishers working in government. We had a federated collection of design patterns, which was kind of community-led and driven, documented in Dropbox or Hackpad as it was then. And we also had a precursor to the GovUK design system called GovUK Elements. So some of this was relatively easy to deal with. We just reviewed all the docs in Hackpad and in Elements and migrated everything that was still relevant and useful into the design system and deleted anything that we didn't need anymore. So for these resources, the GovUK design system became a direct replacement and we were able to get rid of them. But in the case of the Service Manual and the GovUK Content Style Guide, the purpose and audience for this documentation that lived there overlapped with what we needed, but it wasn't quite the same. These resources were owned and maintained by different teams, and we needed them to continue to exist alongside the GovUK design system. So we had to work with their owners and maintainers to negotiate which documentation we would need to own and which would remain under their control. We then created links at relevant points in the documentation to hand people off to related information in the other resources where it made sense to do that. So it's not always possible or even sensible to have one home for all of your documentation, but it is important to bring intention to the journeys through different destinations. Another principle for good documentation, which I hesitate to remind you we are not in pursuit of, is to let people look for information using words and phrases that they actually know. So when we're creating good documentation, it's so important that we try and use the language that our users already use and we don't just invent new terminology for the sake of it. One way that we did this in the GovUK design system is that we built aliases into our search. So this let people search for things using the name that they knew for them, whilst giving them a kind of gentle nudge towards the official name that we had given it. We also then tracked these search terms over time to learn whether we were actually using the right names in the first place. And if we found a search term being used very commonly, then we would often rename the pattern or the component to support the common name. But I am getting carried away again. It is important that we do instill barriers to findability, lest we find ourselves obliterated by the DEI train as it tears through our industry, pulverising the meritocracy in its merciless pursuit of its outcomes-based, ratio-obsessed equality of outcomes. Perish the thought. With this in mind, I reiterate my second principle. Make sure no one can find your docs. Bury them in a baffling lasagna of information. Oh God, you tell I wrote this quite late at night. Use different tools to create mystery and misdirection. Build a moat around the castle of your wisdom and keep the enemies out. Okay, so another way to do this is with principle number 3. Organise documentation by audience type, not task. Now, a common practice that I see with design system teams in particular is teams sorting their documentation according to the type of person that they expect to be reading it, rather than the task that that person is trying to do. So an example of this is creating documentation for developers and documentation for designers. This is very common, so absolutely no disrespect to anybody who is doing that, but here are some reasons why I think this is problematic. First off, although we often aspire to have the kind of perfect ratio of designers and developers across our products, in my experience, we often end up with an imbalance, which often leads to people performing hybrid roles. So let's actually test this out. Put your hand up if you are a developer. Okay. Oh, most of you. Okay, great. I suppose it is a tech conference, isn't it? Keep your hands up. Put your hand down. No, sorry, excuse me. Keep your hand up if your role involves or has ever involved doing some design tasks as part of your work. Okay, so I'd say that's most of you. Okay, put your hand up if you're a designer. Okay. Keep your hand up if your role involves or has ever involved doing some developer tasks or technical tasks. Oh, your hand stayed up, great. Yeah, so, and just for fun, stick your hand up if you're like me and you've got no idea what your job is anymore and you're just doing a mishmash of different things and hoping that nobody finds out. Great, good. Yeah, you are my people. Come find me at the pub later, I'll buy you a drink. So people perform hybrid roles, and that's one reason why sorting documentation by audience type can be counterintuitive. And another reason is that sorting documentation by role is difficult, is because even when we do have defined job roles, our tasks will often overlap with other people's tasks in their roles. So, for example, if we stick with the scenario of a designer and a developer using a design system, and we think about how we might document, say, the usage guidance for a button, it's always a button, some things are pretty clear cut. So it's probably a safe bet that guidelines on how to configure the button in Figma, for example, is mostly only relevant for designers. And we can probably make an assumption that information like how to set the button's properties in production is only applicable to developers. But what about guidance on when to use different button variants in the first place, for example? Can we always be 100% confident that it's a designer who's making those decisions? And what about things like focus states or accessible colour contrast ratios, or whether or not we should use disabled buttons? Don't. Do these decisions all fall neatly to either a designer or a developer, or is the water a bit muddier there? Because in my experience, the line is often blurred between these things. Different designers that I've worked with have kind of varying expectations about the remit of their control over the, minutiae of component behaviour, and developers will often fill gaps in prototypes with their own design decisions. So if we know that tasks cannot always be kind of neatly attributed to a single role, then we end up having to hedge our bets and include necessary information in multiple different places that are designed for different audiences. And this means not only writing that guidance more than once in the first place, but also maintaining separate instances of it and making sure that each instance stays in sync with every other instance. And you don't have to scale this very much to find yourself in content maintenance hell. And this is really difficult because tech writers and people whose job it is to look after documentation are still very much a luxury and a rarity in tech teams. So the result is that it becomes everybody's job and therefore nobody's job. Information falls out of sync and out of date, and we create confusion and failure demand, having to provide hands-on support to mitigate the shortcomings of our documentation. So the solution to this would be to organise content by task or even topic instead of audience. Even if the task seems specific to a certain user group, we can think about what it is that group is trying to do rather than who they are. So to return to the WK design system, we decided to frame our kind of onboarding guides as getting started with prototyping and getting started in production rather than a guide for designers and a guide for developers. So this meant we were able to kind of make space and acknowledge developers who were building prototypes and designers who were working in production without shoehorning them into this kind of arbitrary classification that might not actually reflect their day-to-day reality. So this approach is undoubtedly more inclusive for different people and contexts and experiences. But again, we must heed David's warnings. These misguided efforts only contribute to the torching of previous principles of equality. The principles that I'm sure we're all thankful afforded Davo his net worth of $40 million. It's time we say no more to this radical, raging rebellion. and force our users to conform to our one-dimensional archetypes. Reject diversity, embrace homogeny and hegemony, and typify people with wild abandon and sort your documentation accordingly. I'm really hoping one of these gets like tweeted out of context. So it's the end of my career. Fine. Cool. So principle number 4, don't get clear on documentation scope and type. Now, you've probably heard people say that naming things is hard, right? We love to say that. Whether it's a product or a service or a piece of content or documentation, working out what to call the things that we produce seems to be this kind of perpetual challenge that we have. But what I've found over and over is that naming challenges are nearly always scoping challenges in disguise. So when we're struggling to name a piece of documentation, it's often because we're not yet clear on its purpose and where it kind of begins and ends. So I run training on design system documentation, on writing design system documentation, and this is one of the exercises that I do to illustrate this. So we talk about naming components, and I'm going to ask you to name some components for me. There's only 3. This won't go on for too long. So please feel free to just shout out the answer. Let's start with what I think is an easy one. What would you call this component?
Fred.
Fred, yeah. Thanks, mate. Anyone but Dave, what would you call this component? A button, yeah, lovely, great. What about this one? Radios, lovely. Okay, what about this? Okay, so yeah, search box people say. So this last example is usually the one, so in the training I get them to all answer kind of anonymously in like a retro board. And this is always the one that divides people, because when we're thinking about documenting something complex like search, we often default to different ideas about where it begins and ends. So is this actually a dedicated search component, or is it in fact a text input with a button and an icon? Or is it indeed a search flow pattern? If it's that, then we probably also want to document things like the results page and the way that we display links and pagination and other constituent parts that comprise the experience of searching for something within our website and our applications. If we're trying to write good documentation, then we need to get super clear on the scope of what we're writing so that we can create clarity and set expectations about the purpose of each piece of documentation. And once we're clear about that scope of the information that we need to communicate, then we also need to be clear about what type of documentation we're providing. So broadly speaking, there are 4 types of documentation described in the diataxis framework as tutorials. So these are lessons that help someone learn a practical skill rather than theoretical knowledge. We've got how-to guides, which are instructions that take someone through the steps to achieve a specific goal or outcome. We then have explanation documentation, which is usually just broad information that helps people to understand the kind of topic of an area without necessarily a set goal. And then we have reference documentation, which is succinct guidance that describes what something is and how it works. So sticking to one of these documentation types for each piece of documentation is a good rule of thumb. So if we look at the B exercise that we did at the beginning of this talk, that would fall into the category of a how-to guide. And it probably would have been quite bizarre and tedious for you if I had included a lengthy explanation about what bees are, different types of bees, and a generic tutorial on how to hold a pencil. So the reason this matters is to do with kind of meeting our readers where they are and giving them all the information that they need to support their goal at that particular time and nothing more. And this means doing the hard work to understand our users and respecting their time with a clear and navigable experience. And this is a really good thing to aim for if our goal is to create good documentation. But I'm getting sidetracked again. Some of our documentation users may feel more pressured and more surveilled than others, and therefore more mindful of their time. But if we really want to sort the wheat from the chaff, then we need to cater to those who are already safe and well represented in our industry, with buckets of time to browse our documentation and decipher the information that they need. After all, as David reminds us, Americans still support equality of opportunity, and they still reject equality of outcomes. So, on to my final principle for writing shit documentation. Write in the passive voice. Now, this one's kind of specific, but time and time again, I see documentation being written in the passive voice, and I want to explain why it's a problem. So first of all, let me just explain what I mean. The active voice tells you who is doing what. So for example, this talk is being watched is a passive statement. An active version of that statement is, you are watching this talk. Our contribution guidelines must be followed is a passive statement. An active version of that would be, you must follow our contribution guidelines. There were endless proclamations of doing the work. This is a quote from David's article. That's a passive statement. An active statement would be, David is talking out of his arsehole. Just a random example. So, the active voice is easier for us to read and remember, whereas the passive voice is ambiguous and it's harder to parse. They've actually done a study, which I must remember I'll somehow tweet a reference to it or something, but there was a study done that showed that they showed them a bunch of kind of active statements and passive statements. And the ones that were passive, when they were asked to explain them back, they explained them back in active terms, which they kind of concluded meant that we process information in the active voice. So it's removing that kind of barrier for people. So the active voice also forces us to be specific. We have to say who is doing what, whereas the passive voice allows us to be kind of vague and a little bit waffly. The active voice also, and this is really important for documentation, makes instructions clear, whereas the passive voice makes instructions really easy to miss. The bottom line is that when you write in the passive voice, no one really understands what the fuck you're saying or who you're talking to. So this makes it hard for people to know what they have to do and really easy to miss instructions. And this may have been a problem a few years ago, but things are indeed quite different now. As David says, since those heady days of 2020, when diversity, equity and inclusion was famously invented, which means David heard about it then, things have changed. And this is where I want to leave you today. Write in the passive voice, shroud your documentation in mystery, leave them guessing. Just to recap, do not do user research. Do your best to make your documentation impenetrable. Make sure that absolutely no one can find it. Classify your audience arbitrarily and organise your documentation according to those classifications, not the task that it's designed to support. Don't get clear about documentation scope or type. Just throw everything in that you've got. YOLO. And finally, write in the passive voice. I will be sad to abandon my quest to support diversity, equity and inclusion with clear documentation. And I'm sure that you will too, but we must move on. I really want to thank David Heinemeier Hansen for inspiring this talk and calling this to my attention and boldly sticking his clever head above the parapet. Oh God, imagine if he was here to protect the status quo. Thanks, babes. Thank you all for listening.
Amazing. Amy, thank you so very much. Let me squeeze past out of the way. I'm so thrilled that we do have a special guest speaker, and it's David Heinemeier Hansen just coming up. No, that would be bonkers. Oh, it looks like my laptop has gone to sleep. Apologies. Unlock with a fingerprint. Oh, such a sweaty finger. Come on, Philip. Biscuity finger. Well, that was an exciting moment. Sorry. I realised I breathily said the word "biscuity finger" into the microphone, and then put the microphone down as I type my password in. I'll tell you what. While I explain that, I'm going to invite Michelle up so you can get comfortable and plug in, and we'll do our little laptop exchange, Michelle. So pay no attention to Michelle just for a moment. I'll give her a proper introduction in a second. Okay, I'll explain the biscuit comment, but before I do. Is it safe to say that we've bonded now? The cackle didn't comfort me entirely, but there were a couple of yeses. I feel like this is the circle of trust now, which means I feel comfortable in sharing this with you. I Was yours similar? I don't feel like this was my fault. Uh, I was a little embarrassed when Amy showed what an actual bee looked like, but that was my effort. You're plugged in very, very quickly. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I won't bore you. Tell you what. Well, I'll leave you dangling about Philip's biscuity finger. Oh my goodness! Repeating it doesn't help, does it? And we canvassed at the beginning, and we know that there are people who it's their first time at the conference. So the more I speak, the less sense it makes. I'll return to that later on. I will do one little bit of housekeeping though. So after Michelle's talk, we are going to have a break, and then after that break, we'll have Emma's talk, and then there'll be a longer break for lunch. We are recruiting and bringing in more coffee machines and more coffee bandwidth. So you'll be pleased about that. So we'll be able to coffee. There's lots of expressions that I wasn't expecting to say. Biscuity finger was one of them. Coffee bandwidth was another. Before the end of the day, I am going to find a way to say a baffling lasagna of information, which is one of my favourite quotes from there. But enough. Michelle's quickly got herself organised and now is standing wanting me to vacate the stage. So I will do that. I'm so pleased that Michelle is here to be able to give a talk at All Day Hey. I've been a big fan of Michelle's for a very long time, seen her give talks multiple times at lots of wonderful events, very often talking about some of the emerging pieces of CSS or demystifying some parts of CSS or front-end development that I found tricky. She's got an amazing way with that. She writes for Smashing Magazine and CSS Tricks. She's got all kinds of resources out on the web that will help front-end engineers. As a very experienced front-end engineer herself. These days she's working at Adamode, who do, I think the term is industrial AI, which sounds almost sounds sinister when you say that, but it's fascinating stuff, looking at how different kind of supply chain and utilities can increase their just do better through optimization and monitoring and all kinds of things using AI technologies. It brings us towards things to do with lower carbon emissions, greener technologies, and green technologies in web development is something that I think doesn't get enough airtime. So I'm delighted to see that Michelle's going to talk to us a little bit about that for building a greener web. Please give her a very, very warm welcome. Everyone, it's Michelle Barker.
Well, thank you for that very nice introduction, Phil. Today I want to talk about the role that we as web designers and developers can play in building a more sustainable web, not just how, but why. And as Phil said, I am a developer, and you can normally find me talking about CSS. But today I'm talking about something very different, or quite different. Anyway, it's all related. This is my blog, CSS in Real Life. So this is where I usually write lots of things about CSS and just front-end development in general. But recently I've become more and more concerned with climate action in tech. So why it's important and what we can do in our roles. I am also a front-end developer at Adamode, as Phil said, a data science and AI company working in renewable energy and green technology, doing all sorts of optimization and data visualization things for, example, people operating wind turbines and that kind of thing. And working in green tech is important to me because I like to feel like I'm contributing my skills to something positive. But you don't have to work in the climate tech industry for your work to make a difference. So why is this important? Why is building a sustainable web important? Well, climate change will affect us all, and many people are already feeling its effects as we see, increased extreme weather events more frequently, like wildfires, hurricanes, floods. So these are already happening. People are already being displaced and ecosystems are being lost. And scientists are agreed that without drastic action to reduce our carbon emissions, we face the prospect of humanitarian crises on an unprecedented scale as the Earth warms with climate change. So faced with the scale of this problem, it's very easy for us to say, throw our hands up in despair and say, well, the problem is too big. There's nothing I can do as an individual. But in fact, we have more power than we realize. Most reports estimate that the internet accounts for between 3 and 4% of carbon emissions worldwide. So that puts our industry on level pegging with the entire aviation industry or a small country. And one way that we as web developers can have an impact is reducing the amount of CO2 or carbon generated by the websites that we build. And in fact, carbon emissions are only one facet of digital sustainability. There are a number of intersecting issues. And carbon emissions are perhaps the most obvious one because the impact of greenhouse gases is well documented. But there are plenty of other considerations too. So there's e-waste. Vast quantities of old devices are dumped in landfill without being recycled, and many end up in developing countries where they damage soil and pose a hazard to the environment and to people. We tend to think of the cloud as being clean, but in fact, this is the cloud, vast data centers in the desert. And data centers require an ever-increasing amount of power, but they also consume a lot of water to keep them cool. And water scarcity is becoming more and more of an issue worldwide. Manufacture of computer chips also uses a lot of water. In addition to disposal, there are also a lot of harmful chemicals used in the manufacturing process of digital devices, which often end up in the environment. And mining the raw materials for devices is hugely environmentally destructive, like destroying landscapes and communities and resulting in biodiversity loss. Not to mention, this often occurs in developing countries without adequate labour protections. Poorer people are the most likely to suffer the impact of our digital lifestyles and the least likely to benefit. Climate justice is a huge topic, but one that feeds into every part of digital sustainability, and we'll talk more about that later on. So we need this kind of holistic thinking when it comes to web sustainability, but we're going to start by talking about carbon emissions because it's perhaps the area that we're in the stronger position to do something about, and possibly the easiest to measure the impact. As I say, we tend to think about digital technology as being clean because we can't see the pollution it's creating. But greenhouse gases are emitted at every stage of our digital lives. So there's the device manufacturing process, then powering data centers and digital infrastructure, and the actual power used by devices, our own devices, and those of our end users. As an industry, we've become increasingly concerned with web performance. It's no secret that web pages have become increasingly bloated, and the average web page size now stands at around 2 megabytes. So this is terrible news for our users whose experience of browsing such bloated sites on slow connections will be very poor, but it's also terrible for the planet. So poor performance and energy intensity often go hand in hand. So I would argue that we should be showing the same level of concern about our website's carbon emissions as we are about web performance. And the good news is that fixing our website's performance problems goes a long way towards reducing its carbon emissions. There's a big overlap. And of course, it's beneficial to everyone, your end users and your company's bottom line, because faster websites lead to users getting stuff done. Performance budgets are not a new idea. So the idea that you identify things like a maximum size of resources you're willing to load or the maximum number of requests, and then you can make choices and trade-offs to ensure that you stay under budget. And there are a number of tools that can help you measure your web performance, like Web Page Test, Google's Page Speed Insights tool, and GT Metrics, to name just 3 of them. And with these, you can measure your core web vitals, which Google now takes into account in its search ranking algorithm. So using these can actually help make a stronger case to clients for improving their website's performance and reducing carbon emissions. So in my experience working at an agency before my current job, once Google started taking these core web vitals into account, clients suddenly started to care more about web performance, and they allowed us to spend more time optimizing their sites. So it would be great if we could do something similar with our carbon emissions. And if we're focusing on carbon emissions, not just performance, then maybe we should consider setting a carbon budget. A performance budget gets us some of the way there, but carbon budgets allow us to think about sites holistically, so beyond just the metrics associated with web performance. It's pretty hard to measure your website's carbon emissions. There are so many factors to consider, but there are a few tools that help us do this. So Website Carbon provides a snapshot quantifying carbon emissions for 10,000 monthly page views of your site. So it tells you how green your site or your web page is compared to others and some actions you can take. And it's quite useful to see comparisons to the physical world. It makes it a bit more real and a bit more tangible. For example, it tells me that over a year, my website homepage produces the same amount of CO2 as making 987 cups of tea for every 10,000 page views. For a more in-depth evaluation, you might want to try something like EcoPing. So this has much more kind of detailed reporting, and it's integrated with core web vitals as well, so you can measure sort of performance and your carbon emissions. I haven't actually used this one, but I know quite a few people who do, and it seems like it would be quite useful for reporting to clients. And then Beacon falls somewhere between the two. And what I like about this is it shows as well as the amount of CO2 on initial visit, it shows how much is produced on a returning visit. So you can see how efficient your cache strategy is. Tools are not the be-all and end-all. They can't measure everything. And they're based on data transferred on initial page loads. So they don't take into account things like lazy loaded images, JS, and data fetched during interaction. So accurately measuring carbon emissions is very complex, but they're good starting points. They allow us to start having these conversations. And personally, I would love to see some of these metrics integrated with dev tools, like in Google or Firefox or whatever browser you're using, so that there's a greater amount of visibility on this stuff. I think it's important for developers to see this stuff. Once we have an idea of the environmental impact of our website, we can take steps to reduce it. And if designers and developers collaborate from the get-go, we can do a much better job of this. So, of course, page weight, or the amount of data transferred, is a big contributing factor to our carbon emissions. And one of the biggest contributors is images. So remember how we said the average web page size is 2 megabytes? Well, images alone account for nearly half of that. Images account for 43% of bytes transferred and around 30% of requests. Image data has to be stored and transferred, and they need to be decoded and rendered by the browser. So images are a great opportunity to reduce the environmental impact of our websites. So, well, we could obviously try using fewer images or even no images. Can we design a web page that has just as effective an impact without using images? Or can we use SVG instead of photos, as SVGs tend to be a lot smaller? But failing that, can we use smaller images? Do we need a full-width hero image? Reducing the width of this image from 1200 pixels to 1200 pixels, to 800 pixels reduces the file size by 41%. And we should optimize our images. So we can size and compress them before uploading in programs like Photoshop. So you can often save images in Photoshop with a lower quality level without any visible loss of quality to the user. You can also compress images at build time on the server or with build tools. And if in your design, if you apply like a CSS filter or gradient over an image, you can often get away with a lower quality of image. So saving this image in Photoshop with a quality level of 4 rather than 6 reduces the file size by a further 69%. We should serve appropriate images for the user's device. So use the source set attribute so that users with smaller screens or lower resolution devices don't have to download huge images. And consider modern image formats. So WebP is an incredibly versatile image format and on average is around 26% smaller than PNGs or JPEGs. It can handle transparency and it has excellent support. AVIF is a newer format which can reduce the file size even further, but support is limited. But using the picture element, we can load a WebP or AVIF image for browsers that support them while providing JPEG fallback for older browsers. We should also defer loading images until the user actually comes to them. So using the loading attribute on your image element means those images will be lazy loaded. Anything below the fold does not need to be, below the visible viewport doesn't need to be loaded straight away. So this is how we use that. We just use the loading attribute value of lazy on the image element. This is really well supported now. And many of these points also apply to video too. Fonts are another large resource that can bloat our web pages. Obviously, the most effective optimization is to not use web fonts at all, but most of us quite like having nice fonts on our sites, and clients definitely do. So we've got to try some other things, like using fewer fonts. So can we design our sites in such a way that we don't need more than 2 or 3 font files? But also, variable fonts are worth considering if you need multiple weights or styles of a particular font. And some variable fonts have multiple axes that can be adjusted in CSS. So you could have a number of font styles on your page that look very different, but they're all loaded from this one variable font file. This is an example using Roboto Flex, and it looks like I've got 5 fonts here, but they're actually all this one variable font with the axes adjusted in CSS. Variable font files tend to be larger than regular fonts, but the good thing is you need fewer of them, and that's fewer requests. We should also use modern font formats like WOF2. So WOF2 is really well supported, much smaller than a TTF file. And you can probably get away with falling back to a system font if you're catering for really old browsers that don't support WOF2. Your users probably aren't going to be that bothered in most cases, I would hazard a guess. The problem is a lot of variable fonts only come in TTF format, which is much bigger, but you can convert variable fonts from TTF to WOF2 with this helper tool from Google. It's really easy to use, and I'm using it for my own website as well. We should also consider subsetting our fonts. So subsetting is the process of creating a smaller font file by only including a portion of the GIFs. So if you know your website only needs to be available in a couple of languages, maybe you can remove GIFs relating to other languages. And there are online tools that can help you do that. You do need to check the license of the font to check that it allows subsetting. Interestingly, there's a forthcoming standard called the Incremental Font Transfer Specification. This is a working draft specification for loading the portions of a font that are actually used. And that sounds really interesting. Almost definitely not supported anywhere yet. We should also try to self-host our fonts where possible and avoid third-party requests. I, like many people, often fall back to using Google fonts because it's just super easy. You just go on there and copy and paste the tag into the head and forget about it. But it is better to self-host your fonts. And this is an online tool that can help you do that by Mario Ramfdi. Another big culprit in making our websites slower and more environmentally damaging is third-party code. So I'm talking about ads, analytics, tracking scripts, chat widgets, social media embeds, and YouTube video embeds, and the list goes on. There are few things more depressing than spending ages optimizing your site, making it work super fast, getting all your Lighthouse scores up to 100, only for someone to come along and stick Google Tag Manager on there or a YouTube embed. That's not fun. And YouTube embeds are particularly bad. So I have this super simple HTML page with hardly any CSS. The file size is negligible, it's like less than a kilobyte. If I load a video embed from YouTube, we get 3 megabytes of data transferred and 29 requests before we even start watching the video. So a user will have this even if they don't care in the slightest about watching this video. Over 800 kilobytes is just JavaScript. I wrote an article about this about a year ago. It's actually increased by around 20% since then. And this makes me kind of mad because a company with Google's reach, should have the resources to optimize this. I've spoken to Google employees who assure me they probably could make this code a lot more efficient, and it would have a huge impact across everywhere that's embedding YouTube videos. Of course it will. And it's so easy for a user to embed a video in a website. Like most users are not going to be aware of the impact that has. So this is an area where I feel like the responsibility is most definitely on those of us building things like this. We shouldn't be making our users have to think about that. So what can we do? We can obviously avoid embeds, but that's not always possible. So we should defer loading scripts if possible using the async or defer attributes. Obviously, they're still going to be downloaded. So, that only gets us so far. We can lazy load some embeds using the loading attribute. So if we're embedding an iframe, we can use the loading attribute on that, which will prevent them being loaded straight away. The other thing we could do is not load those resources until a user interacts with them. So only load a chat widget or YouTube video when a user clicks on it, perhaps, when they've made an active choice to engage with that content. And this is known as import on interaction. And with YouTube videos, you can provide what's known as a facade, so like a static poster image. And the user clicks on it and the video is loaded. There's an easy way to do that using Paul Irish's light YouTube embed library, which is available on GitHub. So yeah, don't use Google Analytics. Google Analytics and Tag Manager are pretty bad for the performance and carbon footprint of your website. So not only are you loading the script, but also all that data collected has to be stored somewhere in data centers that consume water and electricity. So if you need analytics, consider a more lightweight alternative. So a couple of those are Cabin, which also gives you performance and carbon metrics as well, I believe, and Fathom. And the great thing about using either of these is you don't need to put a horrible cookie banner on your website either. If you do have to use Google Analytics, make sure you only load the script when the user has consented. So if somebody doesn't consent to cookies, then they're not going to load that analytics script. And you should do that for GDPR reasons too. With this tool, Are My Third Parties Green, you can check how much data on your site comes from third-party requests or third-party embeds, whether they use green hosting, whether they're cached efficiently, and their carbon impact. So we've talked about things like images and fonts, which together can account for over 70% of bytes downloaded, but not all bytes are created equal. So the big one is use less JavaScript. So that can have a really big impact on our website. So JavaScript has the greatest negative impact on performance. Your browser has to do more work to process JavaScript. So don't be like this guy. Thank you, Auntie Bell, for this image. We need to use JS responsibly. And that comes down to design to start with. So that plays a big part. Can your web page have just as effective an impact without a hero carousel? The answer is yes, it can. Remove any libraries that you don't need. Can you use a native API instead? Do you need loads and loads of polyfills? Can you remove any? And do you need to transpile your code? So transpiling for compatibility with older browsers increases the amount of code you're shipping. Modern browsers support ES6 features and have done for some time. So look at your user base. Can you drop the requirement to transpile for IE 11? You probably can. Do you need a framework? So frameworks are a developer convenience, and sometimes they enable us to write better code and deliver a better user experience, but in many cases they're overkill. And I say this as somebody who works with Vue.js every day. Like sometimes it's the right tool, sometimes it's not. Using React or Vue, you're forcing the user to bear the cost of importing that entire framework's JS. So prioritize user experience over developer convenience. Your blog does not need to be a React app. And I really recommend this book, Responsible JavaScript by Jeremy Wagner. So that goes into a lot more detail about some of the tips I've mentioned here, and there's plenty more really useful information in there as well. So we should be optimizing everything that we can, and that includes caching. So cache what you can on the server or use a service worker. And there's a great article by Harry Roberts about cache control headers, if this is a new world to you. Minify and compress your code using build tools, compress images, reduce JS transfer with gzip or Brotli compression. Tree shaking is the process of removing dead code, which can be done in many build tools. And code splitting our code into smaller chunks, which can then be incrementally loaded when they're needed. So that's a little bit like what we looked at with the import on interaction pattern with a video, but we can do this with JS libraries that we need for particular parts of our site, or import on a per route basis if we're using a framework. And we use a dynamic import syntax. So this is how we might normally import a dependency. I'm importing the auth module from the AWS Amplify library. But instead, we can use a dynamic import, which is this promise-based syntax. So bundlers will compile the import into its own module, and then it's only loaded when this particular bit of code is run, when the user perhaps interacts with your app in some way, and then this module is imported. Check your dependencies. So make sure you're not importing dependencies you don't actually need. And where you can, only import the modules you need from a library rather than the whole thing. Many libraries are written in a way that will allow you to do that. So don't import all of Lodash if you just need one tiny little utility function. So far, we've looked at ways we can optimize the code shipped to the user, which can have the benefit of making our websites faster as well as less carbon intensive. And these measures can help reduce energy consumed on the end user's device if they can enable them to download fewer resources and run fewer CPU-intensive operations. But they can also prevent users from needing to upgrade their hardware so often if batteries and devices last longer. and less energy is consumed by data centers and networks from storing and transferring data. But there are also some measures we can take when it comes to the design of our websites that aren't related to performance, but specifically reduce energy consumption on the user's device. So there's the energy efficiency of our color scheme. Blue colors use more energy than reds or greens by around 25%, or up to 25%, I should say. And on OLED displays, black or dark pixels are off, so you might want to consider providing a dark mode option. We can look at our user journeys. So how much time are users spending on your site, clicking around, loading more resources because they can't find what they actually need? So make your copy relevant and to the point. Invest in UX design. Think about consistency. Use well-established navigation patterns. Or, think about using subtle animation to provide visual clues, like when a user adds something to their shopping cart, for instance, on a shopping site, you could subtly animate the checkout button so they know where to go. And that's, something that's becoming fairly common. And think about search too. Amy showed us some really great examples on the I think it's gov.uk design systems site there. But think about how users might get around your site with search. For large, complex sites, a search module is possibly going to be an easier way to navigate. We can also look at the infrastructure for our website, so how data is stored and moved around the network. One step we can take is choosing a web host that uses renewable energy. This is perhaps less straightforward than it sounds, because it can sometimes be difficult to distinguish actual green credentials from greenwash and marketing speak. Plenty of companies claim to be green, but in fact they're actually just buying offsets, which is not the same as being 100% renewable. And you need to balance various needs as well, of course, like being able to deploy efficiently. The Green Web Foundation has a directory of hosting companies that provide proof of their green claims. We can also look at timing of operations. We could consider scheduling energy-intensive processes for off-peak times when the carbon intensity of the grid is lower. So maybe we can run server-side processes during the night, for example, when there's less electricity demand, or when more electricity is being generated from wind or solar power, because the proportion of those sources fluctuates. This is an example for the website Branch Magazine. So this has different views depending on the grid carbon intensity at the time. So if you visit this site during a time when lots of energy is being produced by renewable sources like a wind and solar, and there's a high proportion of renewables on the grid, then this is what you'll see, this green color scheme and full color images. But if you visit at a time when there's a higher proportion of energy on the grid coming from fossil fuels, then this is what you'll get instead. So you've got a yellow color scheme, and instead of the images being loaded, you just get these spaces with this nicely styled alt text instead. And that doesn't really hamper the user experience. It's just slightly enhanced if you visit it when the wind's blowing and the sun's shining. Another option is to serve assets closer to where the user is, so use a CDN. But the trade-off is you might not have much control over whether the data centers use renewable power. So you could consider using locations which have a higher proportion of renewable energy on the grid or lower carbon intensity. There's an interesting case study by the agency Us2, where they basically built their own green hosting network, hosting in locations around the world with a high proportion of their electricity coming from renewable sources. And you can see here like the huge drop in their carbon emissions. So they track their carbon emissions over time using EcoPing, and that's the black line on this graph. And when they switched to this green hosting network in like the very last portion of the graph, like the last sixth there, you can see their carbon emissions basically just fall off a cliff almost down to zero. Now, obviously, building your own green hosting network is, not something that everyone can just do. It takes time and resources, but it's really interesting to see case studies like this as an example of what's possible. And, perhaps this is your bag. I don't know. This responding to shifts in carbon intensity is called demand shifting. And it can result in between 45 and 99% carbon reductions. And the Green Software Foundation has plenty of resources on this. There's one area we don't tend to think about as having a big carbon impact, and that's developer tooling, the actual development process, the power we use running a site locally. And across a big organization, that could be significant. So I like this quote from Eric Bailey. He says, "If I was a better programmer, I'd write a script that shows you the cumulative CO2 you've generated every time you type npm install. If your project is on GitHub or you're building a library on npm and it's downloaded by hundreds or thousands of developers, this could add up." So think about your tooling and how you're building websites. Does your website need to be a full-blown WordPress site or a single-page application? Would a static site suffice? These are almost always more efficient. So we talked about tree shaking and code splitting, but you also want to make sure these optimizations aren't run every time you build your site locally or every time you hit save, because that's going to actually use a lot of energy. And remove unused dependencies from your project so they won't be installed by others. And of course, just generally reducing complexity in our tool chains where possible is a good thing. Developer Danny Van Koten wrote a case study about how he removed a 20 kilobyte dependency from his WordPress plugin, which is used on over 2 million websites. And he estimates that he's saved the equivalent of 5 flights from Amsterdam to New York in carbon emissions. Which brings me on to, why do our individual actions matter? So I found a lot of people feel quite defensive when you encourage them to take action on climate change at an individual level. And, that's not just climate change deniers, but people who feel like this advice is misdirected, that it's the responsibility of corporations and governments. And to some extent, that's true. I agree. We shouldn't let them off the hook so easily. I believe that those with the broadest shoulders should bear the greatest responsibility. But unfortunately, capitalism. I don't know what's going on with the colour there. So I believe we should have industry-level regulation and government-led action, but we live in a capitalist, profit-driven society. So the fact is that nothing is going to change unless we act at an individual level. So we should absolutely put pressure on big companies to reduce emissions, but it lends more weight to our arguments if we can demonstrate an appetite for individual action too. It makes it harder to dismiss our calls to action as a niche interest. It amplifies our voices. And making seemingly small changes to the carbon footprint of a website, even a small one, is a great starting point for having vital conversations and demonstrating things that could have an even greater impact when done on a wider scale. And even if you don't believe in reducing the environmental impact of your website as an end goal in itself, there's an increasing amount of regulation in this area as governments and companies commit to net zero strategies. So in the UK, government contracts require commitments to sustainability. The company I work for has to do it for ISO accreditation, and which helps us to work with certain clients. And it might, I don't know what's going on with my audio, it might be easier to win client work in the future if you already have these kind of sustainability commitments. So one of the ways we can be most effective is working within our areas of expertise. And this quote comes from an article from the think tank Hot or Cool, and the article is titled "Debunking the False Choice Between Individual Behaviour Change and Systems Change." So it says, cultural revolutions don't happen because of systems change. They happen when a group of people voice a compelling story that propagates across society and becomes a social norm. So individual action drives bigger changes, and bigger changes wouldn't happen without it. But individual doesn't mean alone. And if there's one thing that we as web developers should be good at, it's building networks. So it's when we pool our resources and work together that we can have the greatest impact. A supportive community can inspire and motivate us to go beyond what we can achieve individually. Our industry has kind of bought into this myth of the lone wolf, the sort of rock star tech genius. But I have some bad news. No single individual is going to solve climate change. It's a systemic problem and it requires collective action and cooperation to effect change, which is kind of the antithesis of Elon, let's be honest. So how can you get involved with taking action on a community level? You could form a workplace action group to support each other to take climate action and push the climate agenda and greener practices within your organisation, as well as sharing resources and holding each other accountable. And you can share your learning by writing, by speaking at events, or by sharing on social media. And that's actually one of the most important things you can do. You can help spread the word to other people. You can inspire other people. Or you can join another community. So climateaction.tech is a community of tech workers working together to seed climate action in industries and organizations and just companies in general. So if you want to learn more about tech's role in climate change and how you can take action, as well as have conversations and share ideas with like-minded people, this is a great place to start. There's also the Sustainable Web Design Community Group, which is developing a set of sustainable web design and development principles. As tech workers, we're in a position of relative privilege compared to workers across many other industries. We have the power to make our voices heard and push for change and extend our reach beyond just ourselves. It doesn't apply to everyone, but many of us can choose to work for companies that prioritize sustainability. And I'm not saying you have to walk out of your job right now, but maybe the next time you're looking for a job, it can be more of a priority. Like we have quite a lot of leverage in our industry. Try asking about environmental policies at interviews. Not everyone has the privilege to do this, I'm well aware. But if you do have the privilege, then try to use it. And as important as it is to introduce sustainable practices, we need to do so through the lens of accessibility and inclusion. We need to ensure that any action we take doesn't adversely impact the experience of marginalized people. We need to think beyond carbon emissions and climate change alone, because they're part of a bigger problem. We need to also be thinking about climate justice. We know the richest 10% are responsible for almost 50% of total emissions. We know that a huge amount of technical waste is dumped in developing countries, and that many of the components used in our devices are mined and manufactured in poor conditions, causing environmental damage. How many of us are upgrading our devices every couple of years? And are the products that we're building encouraging unsustainable consumption? It's all very well optimizing your website. You could make, the fastest, most carbon efficient website in the world, but it doesn't mean very much if that website is for a car manufacturer or, the fast fashion industry. Like, is it really, a net positive if you're making that website faster? I don't know. So we need to ask ourselves some uncomfortable questions. As developers, we're used to solving problems with clear success criteria, but we have to acknowledge there's no quick fix for climate change. We don't have all the answers, and no one's going to come along and say, well done, you fixed it. It's messy and it's ongoing, and there are lots of people doing the work across multiple industries. Activist organizations need your help, they need your digital skills. Sometimes the solution, though, isn't more tech. Sometimes the answer to a problem is the low-tech solution. But there are some reasons to be hopeful. This is a graphic from Hannah Smith at the Green Web Foundation. So on the left is what people think about when it comes to building a sustainable internet. So some of the things we've talked about: efficient tech, using renewable energy, and buying offsets is also mentioned a lot. But as we've seen, it's about more than that, and she lists even more things here than what we've talked about. So diverse tech workforces, regenerative business models, accessible tech, the right to repair. There's much more on there. So there's more to building a sustainable internet than just making our technology efficient and replacing our energy sources. And yes, this can be overwhelming, but it also represents plenty of opportunities to engage, to work together, and to build the relationships that we need to create meaningful change. I recommend this book if you want to go deeper into how we can build more sustainable digital products. It's called Sustainable Web Design by Tom Greenwood, and that's well worth a read. I want to leave you with this quote from the American prison abolitionist activist Mariam Kaba, but it's a quote that's frequently invoked by the environmental movement too. She says, "Hope doesn't preclude feeling sadness or frustration or anger. Hope is not optimism. Hope is a discipline. We have to practice it every single day." So hope is something that we have to work at, and we find it by working and engaging. So let's work together to make a difference, because this planet is for everyone. And that's the end.
Fantastic. Michelle, thanks so much. What a wonderful talk. It's amazing to think about how often as developers we kind of push the problem away from where we are. We love our conveniences. Mm-hmm. We love a nice developer experience. I work in developer experience, so this is kind of pertinent to me, but we love our developer experience, and we don't always think about the experience of the user, the experience and the impact on the planet. So really important stuff. Thank you, Michelle. Well, another round of applause, I think, for Michelle. Okay, awesome. We are at a break. We are doing really well on time. We're just about nailing it on time. So we have a break. We're going to come back with the wonderful Emma Bostian at 12. That session, her talk will take us through to our lunch break. So we have a short break now, and then we have a longer break, of course, for lunch after that. So feel free, stretch your legs, find the bathrooms. Remember, no tattoos upstairs, I'm afraid. You're allowed up there if you have a tattoo, but you won't be able to acquire a new one, is what I'm referring to. We hope we've got the coffee throughput suitable. We'll play it, fingers crossed for that. There's also water available by the bar as well. But have a chat, have a stretch. We'll see you back here at 12:10. Thanks ever so much. See you in a bit. All right. I think we're almost ready to get rolling again. Thank you so much for your patience. I know we extended that break a little bit. We haven't quite got the coffee bandwidth where we want it yet, but we're working on it. So thank you for your patience. Did you manage? Who managed to get coffee? Honestly, I thought you'd be more smug than that, because who wanted to get coffee but couldn't? Okay. Now I'm completely at sea with the noises you're making. I really don't think you understand, what's at stake. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the noises matter. We'll invite Emma up in just a moment, and we'll get rolling again. But just a couple more people are just trickling in. So while we do that, I thought I would take the opportunity to explain myself, because it's not fair to use the expression "biscuity finger" and then just leave you adrift. So some of you may already know from previous years a tradition we've had, and as we found at the beginning, lots of people are here for the first time, so I feel I ought to explain myself. We have a tradition of pairing talks, not speakers, talks, with biscuits, because people watching from home, it's nice to have a cup of tea and a biscuit as you're watching the talk. I'll be honest, that was a living nightmare for me. It started off as something that felt funny, and it ended up being the thing I was most anxious about for every conference. It's distressing seeing a grown man standing in the biscuit aisle, really thinking hard about the biscuits in front of him. I looked odd standing in the supermarket, really deliberating. So I'm sorry, but the biscuit tradition has now been retired. Bless you for that. I also don't think it gives quite the right kind of kudos and respect to the content. So I think it's time to retire that. Maybe we'll instigate it with cheeses, but that's for another. All the speakers will be relieved. That's maybe for another year. So that explains why there are references to that. It has served a purpose. I mean, for instance, the Wonderful Dave story did gift me some biscuits, a tin of biscuits today in honour of this tradition. So in my opinion, it's kind of served its purpose. It got me what I wanted. But we'll put it to bed now. Have we talked enough about biscuits? Yeah, I think so. Shall we have another talk? Yeah, okay, fantastic. All right, so I'll let Emma make her way up to the stage. We have Emma Bostian here, who's travelled over from Stockholm, where she is an engineering manager working at Spotify. I was so delighted that I said Spotify and not Shopify, because I always mess that up. There are a few brand names that I mix up. And then I lost the cool points by referring to it immediately. So I'm always learning. A wonderful engineering manager working at Spotify. She also has got so many resources on the web for teaching us about different types of engineering and development. I hope you found her front-end masters courses over the years as well. It's so important to understand about how the working culture impacts the kind of positivity and the career and the health of an organization and how we can influence it. So that's what we're going to hear a little bit about today. So talking about cross-cultural teams, please make her incredibly welcome. I know you will. It's the fantastic Emma Bostian.
Hi. I know I'm the talk before lunch, though please bear with me during that. So I must admit that Leeds is a very beautiful city. It's actually my first time here. And in fact, I've gotten to do a lot of sightseeing. So I got a very intimate tour of these two buildings yesterday. They were super lovely. The NHS nurses and doctors were fabulous. But I'll just decide I am feeling better. I'm not contagious. I wouldn't be here if I was. But if you notice that I'm speaking slowly or having a hard time speaking clearly, that's just because I'm battling tonsillitis. But again, it's not viral, so we're all good. I'm doing all right now. I'm not contagious. Just wanted to let you know why I'm struggling with my voice today. So in February of 2018, I moved from Austin, Texas to Karlsruhe, Germany to begin a new life as a software engineer at LogMeIn. I'd worked with people from other cultures prior to joining LogMeIn, but I was really unprepared to be thrust onto a team with 7 nationalities. And I quickly realized that working with people from so many different cultures was really hindering my ability to collaborate effectively, but I couldn't tell you why. Then in July of 2020, I moved from Germany to Sweden to join Spotify as a software engineer. And now I'm an engineering manager at Spotify, and I work on a team with folks from even more nationalities. So it's more important than ever that I'm able to communicate and collaborate effectively. Now, this is because everything that we do, from the way that we write our emails to the way that we give constructive feedback and evaluate someone's performance, these things govern the efficacy of our teams. So understanding how culture impacts our team can drastically improve our day-to-day collaboration. So this talk was inspired by two things. The first is one of my favorite books of all time. It's called The Culture Map by Erin Meyer, and it decodes how different cultures communicate, lead, experience time, and more. So we'll see some of Erin's research throughout this talk. The second thing is my personal experiences living and working abroad on multicultural teams. So I've really experienced many of the things that Erin's written about in her book, and they might even resonate with you all today. So I'll share some of those things. So today I'm going to share with you 6 key areas with which we can decode how different cultures work and live so that we can enhance your cross-cultural collaboration. So we'll look at communicating, evaluating, deciding, trusting, scheduling, and persuading. Before we jump in, my name is Emma Bastian. I'm an engineering manager at Spotify in Stockholm, which I think I've said 3 times, so I'll shut up about that. I also have a 15-month-old baby, and so having a bicultural family has really fueled my desire to understand the differences between Sweden and the US. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, okay, but are you going to spend this entire talk stereotyping people? And that's a valid argument, right? But while it's important to recognize everyone's individuality, it would be a little bit naive of us to completely disregard culture altogether. Because when we don't consider the impact that a culture has on someone's communication, for example, we falsely view every interaction with them through our own cultural lens. The culture that we're raised in impacts the ways that we collaborate, so understanding these differences is going to really improve our team dynamics. So let's jump in. Let's talk about communicating. So as a US American, when I think about what good communication means, I think about someone who is very explicit, they express their thoughts clearly, they ensure everyone's on the same page. And this is what we call low context communication. So the messages are expressed clearly and they're taken at face value. In contrast, many Asian cultures such as India, China, Japan, and Indonesia, they value communicators who are more implicit, and they require listeners to read between the lines. That's what we call high context communication. So the messages are implied, but not spoken explicitly. So this is a scale from the culture map, and it plots different cultures along a scale, with the left side indicating low context and the right side indicating high context communication. Now, an important note about these scales is that it's not the absolute position of your culture along this scale that's important. It's the relative positioning of your culture in comparison with another culture that indicates how you might view their communication style. So as an example, the US and the UK are both considered low context cultures. However, people from the UK fall towards the right side of people from the US. And as a result, an American might find their British colleague to be maybe a little bit vague and not transparent in their communication. What you consider to be good communication is not necessarily what another culture considers good communication. So if someone from a low context culture values explicit communication, they might view a colleague from a higher context culture to be a bad communicator. This is because those communication styles juxtapose each other. And interestingly, this variation in communication style can be traced back to the history of a culture. So high context cultures like China and India, they typically have a long shared history and are more focused on relationship-oriented societies, where you're seeing these traditions passed through the generations. In contrast, the US is only a few hundred years old, and it's been impacted by a multitude of immigrants from all over the world. Each of these immigrants having their own shared histories and languages. So to communicate effectively, US Americans have to be as explicit as possible. And the language of a culture often reflects its communication style. So the US and the UK are both low-context cultures, and they're known for being more explicit in their communication. Well, there are over 500,000 words in the English language. If we compare this to France, a more high-context culture, French has only 135,000 words. And so that's one example or one illustration of how higher context cultures actually use less words to convey meaning. So in these cultures, again, you have to read between the lines. So think about two people who've been together for over 50 years. They can probably communicate seamlessly without many words. Well, contrast this with two people who've only been together for a year or less. They have to be more explicit in their communication to ensure they're in alignment. And while you might be considered a great communicator in your home culture, it doesn't necessarily translate to a multicultural team. And again, communicating is not solely about speaking. It's also about listening. So listen to the meaning behind what is being said rather than the literal message. Okay, here's a little poll for you. Do you think miscommunications happen more often between two low-context cultures, very explicit, two high-context cultures where you have to read between the lines, or one person from a low context and one person from a high context? Raise your hand if you think it's A, two low context. Okay, we got one brave soul out there. How about two high context cultures? Oh, a few more hands. How about three, one person from each? Aha, that's like the majority of the room for those of you watching online. Miscommunications happen most often between two people from two different high context cultures. So I believe that was choice B. Yeah, B. So that's because high context communication works really well between members coming from the same culture. But it begins to break down when you have two people coming from two different high context cultures, like someone from Brazil communicating with someone from China. Because if we revisit this example of the two couples, but this time they've both been together for 50 years, and you take one partner from each couple and you put them together, they wouldn't know how to talk to each other without words. They have to be more explicit in their communication to do, it's not their spouse, they don't know. So this is why two high context cultures working on the same team, they might have miscommunications. So if you're managing a multicultural team with higher context team members, just be mindful of the fact that people communicate the way they always have been. So instead of jumping to the conclusion that an employee is not a great communicator, maybe just try to recognize this, that they're just communicating the way they've always done so. And when working with people from lower context cultures, it's really important to be as explicit in your communication as possible. So be clear, be transparent, be redundant. I know it's kind of annoying sometimes, but it helps. So if you get off a meeting with a lower context colleague, it's always good to have like a takeaway of who's doing what action items and all of these things to ensure everyone's on the same page. But what about when you work on a multicultural team? How do we balance that? Multicultural teams need low context communication processes to ensure everyone's in alignment. So again, be explicit and reinforce those key takeaways. Okay, on to scale 2, evaluating. And this is like performance reviews and constructive criticism. So while every culture believes in constructive criticism, it's important to note that what's viewed as constructive is going to change from culture to culture. So there are two methods for giving feedback. In direct negative feedback cultures, the feedback is provided at face value. It's blunt, it's honest, it speaks for itself. And when you receive feedback from someone who's more of a direct negative feedback culture than you are, you'll notice they use a lot of upgrader words. So these are words that come before the feedback to make it feel more strong. So these are words like absolutely, totally, strongly. In indirect negative feedback cultures, the feedback is provided more subtly. So the negative message is typically wrapped inside of a positive message to soften the blow. When you receive feedback from someone from an indirect feedback culture, you'll notice they use a lot of downgrader words. So these are words that come before the feedback to soften the blow. Words of like kind of, sort of, a little bit, maybe. So here's another chart. And on the left, we've got direct feedback, and on the right, we've got indirect feedback. So the direct feedback cultures are cultures like Israel, Russia, Netherlands, Germany, France. They give feedback bluntly and typically state what they mean without any ambiguity. The US, UK, and Canada fall to the middle of the scale. Again, you're seeing the balancing of negative feedback with positive feedback, perhaps. And then on the far right, we have indirect feedback cultures like Japan, Korea, and Thailand. Now, things are going to start to get interesting because now we're going to compare these cultures on an axis. So we're going to examine communication with evaluation. So here we've got another graph. We can plot each culture into a different quadrant. Let's take a look at each of these. Cultures that are low context and provide direct negative feedback, cultures like Germany or Denmark, they honestly might appear blunt or offensive or rude. I think I cried the first time I got feedback from my German coworkers. So receiving messages from or feedback from these cultures is pretty straightforward because they value honesty and transparency. But even though these cultures value honesty and transparency, it's super important not to emulate the same method of communication or feedback, because people in these cultures have a long understanding of the subtle differences between what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. So if you don't understand these nuances, you can very easily offend someone from these cultures. Cultures that are low context and provide indirect feedback, like the US, Canada, and the UK, are a little bit of an anomaly. So how often have you been giving constructive criticism by a US American colleague who started off with one or two positives, slipped the negative comment in there, and then ended on a positive note, right? We call that the feedback sandwich. Oh, I really enjoyed your presentation. Your slide design was awesome. I would have liked a little bit more context about your slide on service workers, but the rest of the talk was so easy to follow, right? And US Americans tend to exaggerate everything with excellence and amazings, which is super confusing for people from other cultures attempting to understand what is actually excellent and amazing and what just is mediocre or okay. And have you ever heard someone start a meeting with, "I'm thrilled to be here with you today"? Only a US American would begin a meeting this way, right? You would be thrilled if you got an all-expenses paid vacation or won the lottery. But are you really thrilled to be in this meeting about sprint planning with Jira, Susan? Because I don't think that you are. So if you want to work more effectively with someone from a low-context, indirect feedback culture, be explicit with your feedback, but just kind of make considerations to maybe soften the blow a little bit more, right? I'm over here using my downgrader words. Cultures that are high context and provide direct negative feedback, like France, Spain, Italy, Russia, Israel, they speak a more ambiguous language, but they still provide direct negative feedback. Now, this is interesting because as a high context culture, they're taught to read the air, to interpret the meaning behind what is said rather than a literal message. But as it relates to giving feedback, they're much more direct. And when dealing with high context indirect feedback cultures like Brazil, China, or Japan, be sure to provide that negative feedback in private. You should never give feedback to an individual in front of a group. You can also give feedback slowly and over a period of time. So it's customary to make gradual references to changes that will happen as opposed to continually repeating a direct message. And also, this is the interesting part, you should say the good and omit the bad. Let's take a look at an example. Suppose your Japanese colleague sends you a 20-slide presentation to review. Now, most of the slides look wonderful, but the last 5 look quite sloppy. You don't have to tell him that. You can tell him, hey, the first 15 slides were extremely well done. That's it. Just omit the fact that the last 5 weren't up to the same standards. So by omitting praise for the entirety of that slide deck, your colleague is able to read the air and understand that the last 5 slides need to be reworked. There's no need to be direct and explicit, and everyone walks away with a shared understanding. So again, understanding how different cultures evaluate performance and give constructive feedback, it can improve your efficacy as a team. Let's talk about making decisions. When I moved to Sweden, I met a wonderful Swedish man. He might be watching. Hi, honey. We just had a baby last January, and I don't know how many of you are parents, but I can assure you that becoming a parent means you're making a shit ton of decisions all the time. So little did I know that my American style of decision making would irritate the living shit out of my Swedish husband. So one of our biggest arguments was about the baby stroller, pram. I think you call it a pram here, right? That's not a shopping cart, right? It's a pram? Cool. I found a great secondhand stroller through a colleague at Spotify. I was like, great, we don't have to spend thousands of Swedish krona on a new stroller, which is like 2,000 euro. I don't know what that is in pounds, don't ask me. Right? But then I made the mistake of joining a mom group in Stockholm. And I realized that these new fancy strollers were actually pretty nice. And so I went back to my husband and I said, you know what, Kella, I think we need to buy a new stroller. And as someone who prides himself on finding the best deals at Lidl each week, he was horrified. You see, we'd hit a major cultural difference in our relationship. Swedes and US Americans make decisions in very different ways, and this impacts both my personal and professional lives. So Swedes use a more consensual decision-making process. Once a decision is made, it's final, which is why my husband was so horrified that I wanted to change my mind. So to a Swede, when someone says, I've made a decision, this is what we'll do, that's a commitment, and they expect you to uphold your word. So it can be really frustrating to a Swedish colleague when an American colleague comes in a few days later to change their mind or bring new data to the table and change directions in a project. US Americans, on the other hand, might get frustrated with their Swedish colleagues because they view them as being inflexible or taking a long time to make a decision. Because in consensual decision-making cultures, it takes a lot longer to have a decision made because everybody's consulted. But once the decision is made, it takes much less time to implement it because everybody's on the same page now and the decision is no longer up for discussion. In top-down cultures, by contrast, decisions tend to be made early and quickly, but they're more flexible. So as new information arises, new discussions are had. And the decision might potentially be changed, so the actual implementation could take a long time. Now, both of these systems work fine, so long as everyone uses the same system and is on the same page. Now, let's take a look back at the history, right? When we look at the United States, the style of decision-making, it starts to make sense. So the pioneers who left Europe to begin a new life in North America placed value on speed and individualism. It was all about being the first and working really hard, even if that meant making mistakes. So as a result, US culture began to develop a disdain for too much discussion, which they felt would slow down their process. Instead, you might have heard this phrase, fail early and fail often. So this contrast in decision-making processes can have a severe impact on the timeline of your projects. So we've got another chart here. The left side is consensual decision-making, which again, everyone is consulted, right? The middle, we've got us, friends, the UK and the US. We're generally somewhere around each other. And then top down, more hierarchical in nature, we're seeing cultures like India, China, and Nigeria. When you're working with consensual decision makers, expect decision-making to take a lot longer and to involve more meetings. Be patient and check in with the team regularly to stay involved, but resist that internal urge to push for a quick decision. And if you're working with a team that employs a more top-down decision-making approach, expect the decision to be made by the boss and be prepared to support and follow that decision even if you don't agree with it. And if you're in charge, be prepared to make a decision quickly. But really just ensure that you remain flexible throughout the decision-making process. Decisions aren't set in stone. They can be revisited when new information arises. And of course, if you're working with a global team, including people from both consensual and top-down cultures, you really just have to agree on what type of process works best for your team. So clarify whether decisions should be made as a group or top-down. clarify whether you need 100% group consensus before moving forward, and clarify whether decisions can be revisited at a later point in time. On to trust. There are two types of trust. So cognitive trust is rooted in the confidence you have in another person's ability to get a job done. This trust comes from the logical side of your brain, and it's often built through interactions in the office or in a professional setting. Affective trust, in contrast, is rooted in the emotional closeness that you have with another person by developing a personal friendship, for example. This type of trust comes from the emotional side of your brain and is often built through the sharing of personal information with someone. So I'm going to refer to these as task-based trust and relationship-based trust. So task-based trust is built through professional activities, and working relationships are often built and forgotten quite easily. So if someone does good, reliable work, trust is built. Relationship-based trust is built through sharing meals together, having evening drinks, and professional relationships, they flourish slowly over a long period of time. So if you've shared personal time and stories with someone, trust is built. So we have another scale. Left side is trust-based, right side is relationship-based. The further a culture falls towards the task-based side of the scale, the more people from that culture tend to separate affective and cognitive trust. And they mainly rely on cognitive trust for working relationships, so the professional trust for their working relationships. And the farther a culture falls towards the relationship side, the more cognitive and affective trust are woven together in business. Now, I come from the US, and it is extremely common to smile at strangers when you pass them in the street. But I remember the first time I smiled at a stranger in Germany, and they stared at me like, what the heck is wrong with you, right? Smiles are seen as offers of friendships in many cultures. So smiling at strangers is very confusing, and it can also appear fake or hypocritical. So we call this type of interaction from the US we call the US a peach culture. So where you smile at strangers, maybe you tell someone on the airplane next to you your entire life story, and then you get off and literally never see them again for the rest of your life, right? That's a peach culture. So after a bit of friendly interaction with someone from these cultures, you might hit the hard pit in the center. That's where the fruit protects itself. So in these cultures, friendliness does not equal friendship. So in contrast, we have coconut cultures, where people are generally more closed off with those that they don't know, like the shell of a coconut. They don't often smile at strangers or ask very personal questions of acquaintances. And it takes a while to break through that hard shell. But once you do, people from these cultures become friendlier. And the relationships, while they take longer to cultivate, they tend to last longer. So once you've established a relationship with a coconut culture, it's much easier to obtain forgiveness with someone from these cultures after a cultural misstep. So when you're working with international team members, it really is important to invest more time in building effective trust with them. And you can do this by building common interests. It's also important to be your authentic self. So relationship-based cultures, they deeply value authenticity. And you can build up these types of relationships by joining in with the crowd. For example, if you're working in a relationship-based culture such as Brazil, the moment you leave the office and you head to a bar or restaurant, you should really be acting as if you're out with a group of friends. So don't worry about saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing. They want to see that you're being authentic, because that shows them that you have nothing to hide, and that trust will follow. Now, you're probably sitting there wondering, like, I don't like my colleagues, I don't want to be friends with them. Why do some cultures place such a big emphasis on building personal relationships? Let's find out. Suppose you're the owner of a business that designs women's purses in country A. You sell 200 purses wholesale to a shop that's just open on the other side of the city. So you give the retailer the purses, and she promises she's going to pay you next week. How do you know you're going to get your money? Well, the shop owner signed a contract promising to pay you. So if she doesn't pay you, you can just sue her, right? Take her to court. Because having a signed agreement in a culture with a consistently reliable legal system, it allows you to do business easily with people that you don't know and don't trust. Now imagine the same situation, only this time you're in country B. And the legal system in this country it's not reliable. So you can sign a contract, but there's no way of enforcing that if the payment doesn't come through. The only way you're assured that you're going to get your payment is the trust you have in another person. In many cultures, the relationship that you have with another person, that's your contract. So when you're working with a relationship-based culture, put more time into organizing shared meals. Spend more time getting to know your coworkers personally rather than discussing business. And don't mistake a long lunch as being a waste of time. And if you're working with a task-based culture, organize a lunch, but if it's going to go a little bit longer than an hour, just make sure to communicate that ahead of time. And don't take offense if your task-based coworker doesn't want to join in on evening events. Let's talk about scheduling. How a culture perceives time governs everything from how they organize their day to how they run a meeting. And not all cultures perceive time the same way. I didn't know this. This is fascinating. There are two types of cultures as they relate to time. So monochronic time, or M-time cultures, they view time as tangible and concrete. They speak about time being saved, spent, wasted, or lost. In contrast, polychronic time, or P-time cultures, take a more flexible approach to time. So a person living in P-time culture will suggest a general time to meet without nailing down the exact time. I remember my first encounter with someone from a P culture. I was invited to my new Brazilian friend's home while I was living in Germany, and she told me to come for dinner at 6. Lo and behold, I arrived at 6:05. I was panicking. I was like, she's gonna kick me out. I'm not invited. I'm late. And as soon as she opened the door, she looks at me and she goes, literally, I'm not dressed. Like, I haven't started cooking. I was like, I thought you said to come at 6. Well, it turns out arriving exactly at 6 is considered way too early in a Brazilian home. So I learned that the hard way. So some cultures measure time in 5-minute intervals, while other cultures, they don't use a clock. It's more, come for dinner this evening, or, we'll do things according to event time. So before lunch, after sunrise, etc. So living in Germany, I found that appointments and meetings, they happen according to plan. Trains are reliable. Government rules are very clear, very enforced. And there's a clear link between this cultural paradigm and Germany's history, right? Germany was one of the first countries to become heavily industrialized. So if you were a factory worker in the German automotive industry and you arrived to work even just 4 minutes late, that had severe financial implications because factory work required the labor force to be available and in place exactly at that appointed moment. But if you're a farmer on the Nigerian countryside, it doesn't matter if you start at 7 or 7:50. What matters is whether your work structure is flexible enough to account for and adapt to changes in the natural environment. So on the left side of this chart, we see linear time cultures like Germany, Switzerland, and Japan. In these cultures, projects are approached in a sequential manner. So generally, you complete one task before moving on to the next. You generally focus on one thing at a time, and there should be no interruptions. Your main focus would be on meeting that deadline. On the right side, we see flexible time cultures like Saudi Arabia and Kenya. In these cultures, projects are approached in a more fluid manner, and you should change priorities as new opportunities come up. And many different things could be handled at one time, and interruptions are normal. So the emphasis here is on flexibility and adaptability. And how different cultures perceive time, it spills into meetings, right? In the US or Germany, all meeting participants understand that a meeting is generally linear. So you might have an agenda circulated ahead of time in the form of a list, and the meeting starts on time, and talking to your neighbor, it's considered rude. Really, any task that distracts from the main goal here is rude. But in a meeting in a flexible time culture, it's more like an evergreen tree. So you might have an agenda with a meeting start time and a topic that might be circulated ahead of time. But that's going to serve as the trunk of the tree. And there's not an expectation that that meeting will progress linearly. So other branches may sprout off as members have to take phone calls. Subgroups might form in the meeting room to discuss subjects linked to that main topic. So to deal with different scheduling scales, it's just important to be flexible in your work style, and just having an upfront discussion with your team can help alleviate frustrations that may arise within these intercultural teams. So maybe it's worth it to create an agreement for the team's preferred working style. Now let's discuss persuasion. And if you see something wrong with these slides, it's because I wrote them like 10 minutes before getting up here, and I've had antibiotics, so don't judge me for that, please. There are two styles of reasoning that we need to be aware of. So principles first reasoning, also known as deductive reasoning, it derives conclusions from facts or from general principles or concepts. So here, let's take an example. All men are mortal, right? That's the first statement. Okay, Justin Bieber's a man, right? What's going to come next? Justin Bieber will die. That's how you might go through that thought process in principles first. In contrast, we have applications first reasoning, also known as inductive reasoning. So in this type of reasoning, general conclusions are reached based on a pattern of factual observations from the real world. So if you travel to the UK 100 times during April and May, and I know that's mathematically improbable, so let's say it's over the course of like several years, right? And you observe that most days you visit, it's raining. Okay, you're going to conclude that the UK spring days are rainy and you're going to need an umbrella. Let's take a look at how these two types of reasoning cultures play out in a mathematics class. So in applications first cultures, you first learn the formula and then practice applying it. And only after you've done that do you move on to understand that underlying concept. So this means you may spend 80% of your time focusing on the concrete tool and how to apply it, and only 20% of the time actually considering its conceptual or theoretical explanation. So schools in the Anglo-Saxon countries, like in the UK, Australia, the US, they tend to emphasize this way of thinking. In principles first math class, you might spend 80% of your time focusing on the concepts or theories that underpin these mathematical principles, and only 20% of your time actually applying those principles to concrete problems. So schools in Latin Europe, like France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, the Germanic countries, Germany and Austria, and Latin America, Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, they tend to emphasize this method of teaching. I remember my first German language class. So I took it when I moved back in 2018. I opened my laptop, I signed into Zoom, and that's all I remember, because for 45 minutes I sat there while the teacher spoke at me in complete German. And this was much different to the way that I learned French in high school. I learned it for like 6 years in high school, but it was at an American high school with an American teacher. So we first learned grammar and conjugation before jumping straight into speaking French or listening to French. So in general, Anglo-Saxon cultures, they tend to fall on the far right of the persuading scale, so applications first. As we move across the scale, there's a Nordic cluster where we find Scandinavia and the Netherlands, kind of like in the middle right. Latin American and Germanic cultures are more principles first than the US, but less so than their Latin European cousins. So they kind of land in the middle of the scale. And then cultures like France and Russia and Belgium, they appear on the principles first side of the scale. So compared with other European countries, the UK is quite applications first. But when the UK is measured against the US, for example, it appears very principles first. So different cultures have different systems for learning, in part because the philosophers who influenced this approach, the approaches to intellectual life. So although Aristotle, a Greek philosopher, is credited with articulating applications first thinking, it was British thinkers like Roger Bacon in the 13th century and Francis Bacon in the 16th century who popularized these methodologies among scholars and scientists. But by contrast, philosophy on the European continent has been driven by principles first approaches. In the 17th century, Frenchman René Descartes spelled out a principles first reasoning in which the scientist first formulates a hypothesis and then shows evidence to prove or disprove it. So clear examples of principles first and applications first thinking can be found in the legal systems of these different societies. So the British and American systems are based on common law, in which a judgment in one case sets a precedent for future cases. By contrast, most European countries used civil law system that originated in Roman law and Napoleonic code, in which a general statute or principle is applied on a case-by-case basis. And then we have strange Scandinavia that uses a hybrid model. It doesn't fall neatly into either category, and that's kind of why we're seeing a lot of Nordic countries in the center of that scale. Okay, but so what? Like, how does this actually impact me in work, right? In the culture map, Aaron Meyer talks about the story of a Frenchman, Stéphane Baron. So Stéphane was working for a company in France as part of a global team whose other members were located primarily in the UK. So he said, my British colleagues are not reading many of my emails, especially the important ones, starting to annoy me. Well, why is that? Well, Stéphane recalls carefully crafting a persuasive email written to propose a number of key changes to company processes. And the structure of his email looked like this. So first, he introduced the topic. Second, he built up his argument, appealing to his teammates' sense of logic and developing his general principle. Then he addressed the most obvious concerns with his argument, and then he explained the conclusion and asked for support. Now, knowing what we know now, it might be obvious why Stéphane's British colleagues didn't read his emails. So raised on applications first principles, they thought, can you get to the freaking point? They read paragraph 1 and then they just gave up, right? If Stéphane had realized he was writing for a group raised on applications first approaches, maybe he would have started his email with a few bullet points summarizing his proposal and explaining what he needed from the group. So when you're working with principles first cultures, they prefer to understand the basis of a framework before moving on to the application. And at work, people from principles first cultures, they want to understand the why behind their boss's ask before acting on it. When you're working with applications first cultures, they like to receive practical examples up front. So use the case method, where they read a case study that describes a real-life story about a business problem and its solution, and induce a general lesson from it. Now, across Western countries, we see strong differences between applications first and principles first thinking. But when we consider the difference between Asian and Western thought patterns, we must use a different lens. So Asian cultures use what we call a holistic thought pattern, while Westerners use what we call a specific approach. So there was a study conducted by Professors Richard Nisbet and Takahiko Masuda, where American and Japanese participants were asked to take a photo of a person. So the Americans most frequently took a close-up photo showing all of the features of a person's face. Interestingly, the Japanese participants took a photo showing the subject in their entire environment, where the person is actually quite small in relation to their surroundings. So American participants tended to focus on the individual figures separate from their environment. And the Japanese participants gave more attention to the context between the participant and their environment. So Asian cultures think from macro to micro, versus Western cultures that think from micro to macro. And this shows up in the differences between even like living address structures, right? So in China, they begin with the province, then the city, the district, the block, and the gate number last. In the US, we start with a house number, a street, a town, a state, and a country. So in holistic countries or cultures, if you need to motivate, manage, or persuade someone, you will be more influential if you take time to explain the big picture and show how all the pieces fit together. So we've just talked about these 6 scales. There are 2 more that we didn't touch on, leading and disagreeing. Once we understand those last 2, now we can begin to plot each culture along these 8 scales and draw a connecting line representing the culture's overall pattern. Where 2 cultures lie close together along a paradigm, they coincide. But where 2 cultures diverge, that can be a potential source of frustration. You might need to take additional steps to facilitate collaboration. As humans, we're all motivated by the same fundamental needs, but everyone is different. So you should always begin a new relationship with someone from a different culture as a chance to understand their unique aspects. But again, the culture that we're raised in has implications on how we view the world. People develop biases about what's considered good communication or which arguments are stronger than others. And when we work on multicultural teams, it's important to be conscious of the fact that not every culture experiences life the same way, personally or professionally, that we do. So with that, thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Emma, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for battling through against tonsillitis and goodness knows what. A big round of applause once more, I think, for Emma Boston. I was bracing for Emma to give a much shorter version of that talk and her voice to kind of give way halfway through, so that I'm super impressed. Fascinating things in there. I knew I was different to like various people that I have meetings with often, and there are different tastes and habits and kind of comfort levels, but seeing it laid out like that I thought was fascinating. So thank you once again for a wonderful talk. Okay, we are at lunchtime. It's a break time now. We are almost on time, maybe a tiny bit behind, but not too far off. We've got about an hour for lunch. I'd really like to try and start as promptly as we can for the lightning talks, which are what we come back to after lunch. They're kind of fast and punchy, and it's a good thing to have right after lunch. Always look forward to those. So we plan to start those at 2:10, as close as we can to that. So hopefully you'll be able to grab some lunch and get back in time for that. There are loads of great options nearby. We don't cater lunch here at the venue. It's one of the things that we try and do to keep this a more affordable event. But there are so many options nearby. There are people here from Leeds as well. They've got opinions. If you're visiting Leeds, and I mean that with love. Opinions? No, wisdom is what I meant. They were wisdom and insight. There are so many great places to eat and drink in Leeds. If you are visiting and you're lost about what your options are, ask some people. If you see them with an orange lanyard, ask others, and I'm sure you'll find stuff. There's lots of things very, very close by. So 2:10, we'll aim to get back. One other little comment. I know folks watching on the live stream, we had some shenanigans at the beginning of Emma's talk. So I know that's all resolved now, and for the majority, I think we're in good shape. But apologies for that. I know that all of the recordings are in good shape as well. And as a reminder for everyone else who is here, recordings of all of the talks, we're planning on getting those published within a day or so after the conference. And we know that the audio and the live captioning is all in good shape for that as well. So apologies for folks on the live stream. I'm sure you've had better access to coffee than us. So it swings and roundabouts. But thank you for sticking with us. And we'll see you also at 2:10. So about an hour. See you back then. Okay, thanks everyone. See you after the lunch. Well then, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, this is the moment where we see how full people are. How full are you? Did you all get food? Some of you got food. That's good news. I'm delighted. Oh, does anyone else hear music, or is it just in my head? Oh, it's gone now. It's gone now, right? Okay. Worrying moment for me. Well, welcome back. I'm glad you got out into Leeds. Those that needed to, and got food, and you've made it back here in one piece. That's good to see. There may be a few people just trickling in, just as we're mopping up some of the various coffee needs where I want to cater for. So come on in and find a seat. It's great. We are at that stage of the afternoon where we do our lightning talks, which I think if you've been here before, you probably heard me enthuse about this before. I really like starting the afternoon with lightning talks, 10-minute talks, which is I think it's a challenge. It's tough doing a talk in 10 minutes. You can easily spend the time introducing yourself and then doing thank you slides, and then the bit in the middle is, oh crap, there's a lot to get in there. So people have to move very quickly, and it's quite the discipline. So I'm really excited always to see what people talk about, and we kind of rattle through them in short order, but they're always wonderful. So we'll get started with that in just a second. I would just another little reminder about how the rest of the day pans out. I know you've got it on your schedule on the back of your lanyards, but just as a little reminder, so we do these we do these lightning talks. Actually, I'm saying that with confidence, and now I think I'm correct. We do the lightning talks, and then we have a short break, and then we get ready for I'm getting nods from the front row, so say it with confidence, Philip. Say it with confidence. Then we'll have a short break, and then we'll have talks from Jack and from Dina to get us through to the end of the day. So you ready for some lightning talks? Excellent, excellent. Well, our first lightning speaker of the afternoon is Marco. I am seeing the right things. Okay, I was a bit confused for a second. So Marco Vidonis works right here in Leeds, originally from Italy, but now in Leeds working for Nimble Ape, who are an agency, or a consultancy, I should say, who specialize in WebRTC. So all things web, but particularly now specializing in WebRTC. So I'm not going to cannibalize the talk by doing some long introduction about WebRTC, because you're going to hear that from Marco himself. So as with all of our speakers, and especially our lightning speakers as we start our afternoon, please give a huge round of applause for Marco Vidonis.
Hi. Thanks, Phil. So, the wonders of WebRTC. Hi, I'm Marco Vidonis. I'm a developer here in Leeds, so it's great to be speaking here. I work for a WebRTC consultancy called Nimble Ape, and we're also the team behind Evercast Labs, where we develop real-time video products. We're also the organizers of a WebRTC and Open Media conference called ComCon, and obviously I'm here to talk about WebRTC. So what is there to talk about? Isn't it just video calls? Well, let's take a look at what WebRTC really is. So it's a set of standards that enable real-time communications over the internet. It's got a media channel for audio and video, but it's also got a data channel. And it's built into every modern browser. So anything from laptops to mobile to anything that has a browser is basically capable of doing WebRTC. And it's secure by default, which means that it gives you end-to-end encryption right out of the box without any further setup. So what are the powers of WebRTC? Well, because it's built into every browser, it's available out of the box on over 2 billion devices. And this makes it very easy for users to just click on a link and jump on a video call. But it also makes things easy for us as developers, because we don't necessarily need to develop specific native apps for every OS. We just need to make a website. We can use WebRTC on native apps if we want to, but we're not forced to. It supports high quality. You can easily stream at 4K 60 from a phone. You might see that, if you have a poor connection, quality will degrade, but we'll get back to it in a minute. And it also puts no limits on the number of streams, so you can share as many videos, audios, and screen shares as you want at the same time in a WebRTC connection. You might have experienced differently, where we're usually limited to one video and one screen share, but that's a platform limitation, not a limitation of the standard. So WebRTC is pretty powerful, but why is it relevant now? So especially after the start of the pandemic, video streaming has been transforming industries. And the WebRTC market alone is expected to grow to $21 billion by 2025. And I just want to give you one example today, which is the broadcasting industry. So the broadcasting industry needs live streaming. But what do I mean needs live streaming? We already have it, right? So you can watch live shows on iPlayer and YouTube and whatnot. Let me take a step back. How live is live streaming? So it turns out that the vast majority of video being streamed on the internet has a latency of 10 to 30 seconds. So it means that when you're watching something live, it actually comes with a delay. And this has to do with how the video is packetized, the buffering that the video player applies. And in general, this is all done to allow enough time to retransmit any video packets that might be lost along the way, perhaps due to network congestion. So in general, there tends to be a trade-off between quality and latency. How high quality you want your video to be and how much latency you have to accept. And this graph shows it a little bit better. So HLS is the most used protocol for streaming video over the internet. And it comes with a typical latency of over 20 seconds. And this is fine because it was developed for on-demand video. So for example, if I'm paying for Netflix in 4K, I want my video to be in 4K, right? I don't really care if those video packets, left the server 20 seconds ago. But as live video streaming became more and more popular, new protocols emerged, like low latency HLS and SIT, which took latency down to about 2 seconds. But actually, as you can see from the graph, WebRTC is the only protocol that is available right now that consistently gives you sub-second latency. And in real terms, you get a typical latency of 200 milliseconds. And well, this is obvious because it was developed to allow real-time communication. If I want to have a conversation with someone over the internet, there cannot be delay. It has to be immediate, essentially. So this can come sometimes at cost of quality if you have a poor connection or if network is very congested, and you will see video quality degrading. But if you're on a very stable, strong connection, you will have high-quality video at sub-second latency. So why is this important for broadcasting then? Well, the industry is changing. More and more live media is being consumed on apps. And viewers expect those live to me in real time, like what I see on screen now is happening right now. And there's more and more demands to interact with a remote audience in real time and get them to reply to polls or just get them get impressions of what's happening in real time. And creators want to be able to go live from anywhere and any device. And what better technology than one that is already available on 2 billion devices? And in sports, wouldn't it be nice to eliminate lag-induced spoilers, especially at the World Cup final, for example? So in general, technologies like WebRTC are opening up new creative avenues for the industry. And I just want to give you one example. So I'm going to play a video, so heads up for possible motion sickness. So this video was shot on a professional drone, flying at over 100 miles an hour following a golf ball at a tournament. And you can see what amazing shot it can take. These are new shot opportunities that are made available by professional drones and new technologies. And they are available at the fraction of the cost of a helicopter. And obviously, the camera that's mounted on the drone is a professional camera that can be WebRTC enabled. So it means that it can stream live video in real time directly to a media server that could be located on premises locally or directly on the cloud. And this marries up very well with increasing use of private 5G networks. So as you can set up your private 5G network that covers the field or the stadium or the concert venue. And if you have a camera with a 5G module, then you're suddenly streaming 4K video through 5G in real-time sub-second latency from a drone directly to the cloud and to a remote audience. And I think that's pretty amazing. And there's so much more to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't have the time, but WebRTC providers are increasingly allowing developers to create interactive live streaming experiences where you can have up to 100,000 participants real-time in the same video call with sub-second latency. And this is opening up new opportunities for new platforms, like, for example, massive real-time virtual fitness classes. But there are also a lot of new open source projects that are coming out. Like, for example, Hybridly is an open source hybrid meetup platform project that we started with the lovely people of Qualabs in Uruguay. And I highly recommend you take a look at the GitHub. And WebRTC is not only for video. WebTorrent is an open source project where basically they enable you to transfer at super high speed files over an end-to-end encrypted connection from a browser to anywhere. And it's not just browsers, right? So Pion is another lovely open source project where the team completely rewrote the WebRTC spec in Go to make it available on any platform that doesn't necessarily need to speak JavaScript. So there's a lot going on. Hopefully, I convince you that WebRTC is not just video calls anymore. And yeah, the industry is moving very fast. We're always pushing the boundaries of what we can do with WebRTC, and we're always looking for new people to join and get interested and help us create new exciting things. And if you're interested in learning a bit more about WebRTC, our conference ConCon is coming back in June. We have a special discount code just for the all-day crowd that you can see on screen. That's £300 off. So if you're interested, come talk to me, and hopefully I'll see you at ConCon. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Marco. That's fantastic. And you end with a plug and a discount code as well. That's incredible. Thank you so much. I'll let you take your laptop and make your way off the stage so that we can make room for Amanda. Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much. When I started working on the web, my first job was. Amanda, do you want to come up and plug in when you get ready? Whoops. I think it was my arm that did that. That was my shoulder, you could hear. When I started working on the web, my first job was working for a company that put numbers on screens for traders to trade off at the stock exchange. And at the time, they were very excited because they were moving from one technology to another. They were moving from video switching to something that they were very excited about. They were excited about doing things over the web with Java applets. And so, like, seeing the emergence of, Ajax and now WebRTC and all the things along the way for and WebSockets and what have you, it's really interesting to me to see how far we've come and the applications of things like WebRTC in examples like we've just seen. Super exciting to me that web technologies are doing that kind of thing. You look ready, plugged in.
On it like a car bonnet.
On it like a car bonnet. Wow, amazing. Okay, well, we have the wonderful Amanda Wonk. Oh, no, we talked about this and you said someone wants to introduce me as Amanda Wonk. And I went, don't put that in my head. Brilliant. Brilliant. So top tips for any other speakers. Don't say anything to me that you don't want me to say out loud. Amanda Wonk.
Thank you.
So sorry.
No, it's
so
fine.
Sorry. Amanda Wonk, who also is based right here in Leeds, working for Opencast, correct? And so this is going to be another talk about, plain language, but I love talks that talk about communication and effective ways to communicate and not messing up the things you say, for example, which is how we cleverly wove that in. Well done. Well done, us.
Perfect. Seamless.
Seamless. Okay. All right. I think enough from me. Please, a huge round of applause for Amanda Wonk.
Hello, my name's Amanda. I'm a content designer at Opencast Software. And I wanted to talk to you a bit today, just very quickly, about how plain language isn't just for designers. So there sometimes is a common conception in teams, in agile squads, that your content designer is the person who plain Englishifies things. I have heard that phrase before. So this is just sort of a brief introduction into how it can benefit people in multiple roles across our industry. It's just, quick intro, information about literacy, some sort of background information, why it's important, and some tips for using plain language, which you should ignore after Amy's talk this morning, because we're not doing that anymore. We are pandering to old rich white men now. So just let your food settle. But just for some context, I just want you to think. Have you ever seen a document, work, life, fun, whatever, long sentences, large words, you just lose it trying to read. You go cross-eyed. Maybe you see a GitHub commit message that just read, "Oh God, I hope this works," and you have no idea what it's related to. One of my colleagues has seen that and provided that as an example to me, which I thought was hilarious. Maybe you had some trouble understanding some acceptance criteria on a ticket because it was complex language, or you just couldn't understand what they were asking you to work on. And just in general, have you not been able to complete something at work because the task wasn't explained clearly, and you had to go back and get some clarification, and it added on time? So, yeah, there's some key statistics behind this as well. It's not just that it makes our lives more complex and difficult, and as Amy pointed out, that when you use passive voice in complex language, no one understands what you're saying. For example, 1 in 6 adults in England have literacy levels at or below entry level 3. So that's like a literacy level of 9 to 11 years old. There are about 4 million people in England and Wales that don't speak English as their main language. It wasn't the language they grew up speaking mainly. And of these, about 888K don't speak English well. So it can be a real struggle for people when we don't use plain language. It's not just the domain of a designer, it's the domain of everybody. As you can see here, I'm going to have some very quick, not so good examples from the UK and US governments in the form of legislation. This is the Companies Act 2006, which I had to deal with at work. And trying to understand that gave me a headache. So I was trying to figure out, how this would affect something that I was designing. And this is my job, and I struggled. Another example is from the IRS, which is about official tax guidance. It's in a weird table. There's PDFs everywhere. The paragraphs are long. The content doesn't make sense. And as someone who has to deal with the IRS as a US citizen, this isn't fun. So this leads me to go on just to, in general, explain why plain language is important. It's more inclusive and accessible to everybody. It makes things clearer and easier to understand, and it opens up information to everyone, not just a select few. So I know that as of this morning, we are gatekeeping again, but I just want you to think about what if we weren't gatekeeping? It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to be clear and precise in our communication and to provide clarity where people need it. It's also part of the law in several countries now. New Zealand, USA, their legislation has to be communicated in plain language. In the US, that's English. In New Zealand, that is English and Maori. And I think Sweden's actually been doing something similar for a couple decades now. What it means for us as designers, as developers, Scrum Masters, product owners, is that it makes it easier for us to understand each other and what we do. We work better together and we deliver better work. It just makes sense to speak and write in clear, simple terms. And sometimes you get the, what about specialists? And the answer is, they don't want to spend time decoding complex language. Just be clear. 80% of legal specialists said they prefer plain language instead of complex legal terms. You can put the Latin away. And I say this as someone who took Latin for 4 years. And in complete incongruence with what Amy told us this morning, I've got some tips for using plain language. So I'll start generic. With apologies to Amy, I had to make a very quick edit at lunch. Keep your sentences and paragraphs short in your written communication. Avoid euphemisms or idioms. Think about smaller words that can still get your point across. And a big tip, and this is one that I use in my everyday life and at work, is to read something that I've written out loud or read it out loud to someone to get their feedback on it. When you read something out loud, you can start realizing where something isn't clear or it's too complex and you're not getting your point across. It's also okay to use technical terms. We use technical terms all the time. Just explain them when you do. You never know who's going to be reading your JIRA ticket or reading your, your release report or reading your documentation. Explain acronyms. Just don't assume that everyone knows what they mean. And speak to your local friendly content designer if you need help, but please don't ask us to edit the whole thing for you. We can just give you some tips and guidance. And then I've just got some sort of role-specific tips, and I'd be interested to speak to people after this if there's anything that they would want to add or contribute. So for developers and like QAs or test engineers, explain why you changed something in your commit message, like use short sentences to summarize what's different. Having an, oh God, I hope this works, or part of JIRA ticket 245 doesn't really explain to people what you changed. Of course, you can go in and look more deeply, but think about people's time, their effort, their cognitive load. Avoid writing messages like, fixed something broken. What did you fix? Tell us what you fixed. And then sort of geared towards test plans or reports, think about your audience. Will non-tech people, such as a stakeholder, need or want to see them? Explain any acronyms, jargon, or technologies that you use. Test reports are fascinating. They're actually pretty cool. Like, make them accessible to people. I like reading your test reports. Some tips for the business analysts out there as well is, obviously, you're working with complex problems. You have a lot to do with sort of defining like acceptance criteria and whatnot. So explain your acronyms and jargon when you're defining business requirements. If you're writing user stories, focus on using clear, simple sentences to write ticket details and acceptance criteria. If you're doing a process map or an as-is or a to-be, provide simple explanations for steps. You can have sort of explanations for the steps alongside the, the Visio flow chart or things like that. Some quick tips for the product owners or product managers out there. Think about how you're describing items in the product backlog. Explain acronyms or jargon the first time you use them. Think about someone who's brand new to your project or a stakeholder who gets really curious and goes into your Jira instance. Keep it clear and simple. Keep your language simple and easy to understand when you talk about the product roadmap. So don't just show a chart. Can you have a quick text explanation of what you're going to be working on? And remember that when you're making the product backlog transparent and understood, you're making it easier for everyone to understand and achieve the goals that you've set. And then just some tips for our Scrum Master Agile Delivery Manager friends. You have a really big job. You're communicating and supporting your team. You're also working with the wider business. You might be working with a client. And again, explain technical concepts as simply as possible when you're speaking to team members or stakeholders who don't have a technical background. You need to make your communication with everyone clear and equal. Use clear language when you explain like tools and methodologies to team members so everybody understands the team ways of working and you're just really fostering a strong working environment for your team, which means you'll all deliver better work. And this is a big one that I've noticed personally. Try to avoid jargon in, for example, show and tells with stakeholders. Be clear and direct. Don't gloss over what you're delivering for them in that sprint, for example. Ultimately, everyone benefits when we all try to use plain language. It shouldn't be the responsibility or the domain of a content designer alone or a user-centered design team. We should all try to apply it in our everyday life. And there's this really famous line that's from gov.uk, is that it's not dumbing it down, it's opening it up. You are opening up your work and your processes and all the good, wonderful things you do to everyone. And when you use plain language, you make it accessible to everyone. And that's a really important thing. So next time you are writing a Jira ticket, maybe you are, writing a commit message, think about how you could make what you're doing a little bit clearer to somebody out there. And that is it. Thank you. I've also got some helpful links, so if people want to find me afterwards, that'd be great. Thank you.
Superb. That's great. Thank you so much, Amanda. I just nodding along furiously throughout that. I loved it. Thank you so much. Well, it's lovely seeing how far that travels and how important it is everywhere, rather than just on where our work surfaces through all the processes as well. Do you want to come up and get plugged in as well? Superb. All right. Yes, we have the right face on the screen. That's important. So we have Matt, who's getting plugged in now as well. So Matt works also right here in Leeds at a digital transformation agency. Is that the right word? Yeah, a studio agency called. Philip, called Made by Studio. That's right. Yeah, it's the dot in your domain name that threw me for a second, because you have a top level domain which fits with your name perfectly. Branding designed to happen. Meant to be. So Matt is going to talk a little bit about accessibility and, well, maybe are there magic bullets to accessibility, or do we have to bake it in deeper into our process, look at it as a bit more of a core thing as in our projects and in our work? And it looks like clicker ready, screen ready, yep. Happy to go. Okay, so Digital Director at Made by Studio, please give him a very, very warm round of applause. It's Matt Wheeler. Matt.
So I'm Matt Wheeler. I'm the Digital Director of Made by Studio, and I'm going to talk to you today about whether your website is accessible, because it's probably not. But before I start off with why your website is probably not accessible, I'm going to go over a few facts and figures. So 96.3% of homepages have detected Web Content Accessibility Guideline 2 failures. So this is just homepages alone, tested over 1 million websites by WebAIM. And then when we consider that 24% of people in the UK have a disability, and that the web is fundamentally designed to work for all, and when the web meets this goal, it is accessible to people with a diverse range of hearing, movement, sight, and cognitive ability. So we refer back to those two statistics. If we've got 96.3% of web content accessibility guideline failures, but we've got 24% of people with disabilities, the web is fundamentally not designed for all as it is because it's not working for all because of all these failures. And what I've seen more recently is this rise of accessibility overlays, which in some respects are great, but they only solve about 30% of the problem. So let's say you've got someone with dyslexia, you can modify the fonts using these tools, which make it a dyslexic-friendly font. If you've got someone with colour blindness, it can change the colour contrast for the different types of colour blindness, although these widgets and overlays are an afterthought, whereas accessibility should always be a forethought within your website design. And another problem I've spotted with these is they have an AI behind the scenes, but there's no one actually checking what the AI is doing. So let's say you've got empty alternative attributes for images, or you've got missing labels. What they do, they fill in the blanks based on an assumption and prediction, although sometimes they can get it wrong. So when someone's using a screen reader, for example, it can actually misinform the user of what the content on the page is saying, which is, in my opinion, worse than no content at all. Because if it doesn't read the content, that person's never going to actually hear it, and it will never kind of realize it's wrong. But if it's misinforming, it's going to cause confusion to that user in their journey. And another problem I've spotted with these as well is they're not very good at state changes. So if you're using a framework such as Vue or React, and you have a complete state change, these widgets and overlays don't actually keep up with it. And again, it can misinform the user of what the content of the page is, creating more confusion. So if you've got one of these on your website, probably check if it's actually doing the job that it's intended. So where does accessibility actually start? Well, it ultimately starts at that brand. So when you've got a logo designer or a brand designer, and they're developing that logo, they need to be checking, is the typography going to be legible on small screens? Is the color contrast going to be legible? And then when they're designing that brand guidelines or brand Bible or whatever you want to call it, they need to be considering the accessibility. And I've looked at about 30, 40, 50 different kind of brand guidelines, and I've never actually seen a page that talks about the accessibility of the brand. And this is even for huge organizations, where in my opinion, I think it should be kind of essential because it's what provides an inclusive and accessible experience. So when this brand guideline gets handed over to UI UX designer, they can take that accessibility features and make sure that they are taking consideration of accessibility throughout the whole process of the web design, and it'll prevent these afterthoughts of having overlays and whatnot. But ultimately, it is the responsibility of everyone. So if you've got kind of developers putting the technical features and functionalities in there, they need to be considering, are they using the right best practices for accessibility? The same with kind of considering the different user agents and different devices, because there's people that have to use screen readers, so have they put those functionalities in there to make it usable by those users as well? But then you've got like the content editors and the SEOs and marketers that are filling in the content, which also needs to have an awareness of how to write accessible content, which comes into this kind of simplified writing and being explicitly defining the actions of certain features through the written text. And this is the most common accessibility failures on home pages alone. So it's not even cross-site wide, this is just on home pages tested across those million websites. And the biggest one is this low contrast text, which is 83.6%, which really frustrates me because it's actually a very simple thing to solve. So let's say you're a UI UX designer and you design a website in Figma. There is plugins which you can install which cross-reference against the WCAG2 guidelines to prevent this happening. The same with typography. So if you've got a recommended minimum of 16 pixels, it can just check that for you and tell you if you're breaking the accessibility guidelines. So before that gets sent over to a developer, you can ensure that the accessibility is kind of funneled all the way through the process of building the website. I'm not going to go through all these in detail, but they're all on the WebAIM kind of accessibility stuff, which I can send out after if anyone wants to connect on Twitter or LinkedIn or whatnot. Well, you've got kind of like the empty links, the empty buttons, which again, that comes down to developer best practices, as well as those content editors that are filling in the content as well, just to ensure they are providing a truly accessible experience. So why should you make your website accessible? So the biggest one is there's more criticality on user experience, because as a UI UX designer, you can design an incredible experience. You can do like really fancy transitions, mad layouts, and just sliders everywhere. Although it might look really cool and it might get you like an awards on the awards-winning website stuff, although it's not an accessible experience in most cases because it's very difficult to provide that inclusive experience. So when you're considering the accessibility all the way through, it makes you think, is this just there to look cool, or is it going to provide an experience where everyone can actually get that content that they need to? And then the second was the accessibility and the SEO work together. So again, with SEO, Google uses it as a metric for SEO. So when it's scanning it, you just need to ensure that you're following best SEO practices. And in turn, that tends to help accessibility as well, because it's about written content, writing in plain English and whatnot. And then the final one is reaching a wider audience. So as I mentioned before, we've got 24% of people in the UK that have a disability. Admittedly, not all those people have a reduced web experience due to their disabilities, although a portion of them do. So why would you cut those out the experience and the content that you want to provide? Because fundamentally, the web is designed for all, so we should be considering every single user on the web, including those that need the accessible functionalities. But the key takeaway I want to have at the end of this lightning talk is the 4 principles of accessibility. So the first one is perceivable. So that's kind of navigating a website through multiple senses, so not just sight, but also by hearing as well. Like these here are the perfect example of multiple senses as accessibility. And then you've got the operable, which is following the navigation best practices. Are you following the correct structure where it can actually be usable via kind of obviously sight, keyboard, mouse, touch, or via your screen reader as well? And then is it understandable, which is it following plain English? Is everything explicitly defining what is going to happen, and is it predictable? So examples, rather than having a button that just says read more, if a screen reader reads that out, the user's not actually going to understand what read more means. So you should be explicitly defining the action that's going to happen, which should be like read more about X, just so it's predictable again. And then the final one, is it robust enough? So have you considered all the different kind of edge case scenarios? So not just kind of people with dyslexia, people with colour blindness, but also the different user agents, the different devices, and people that are going to be using screen readers. Have you ensured that you've provided the accessibility functionality for those different areas? And this is a tool that I've never actually heard anyone talk about yet, but it's the IBM Equal Access Accessibility Checker, a bit of a long-winded name, but it comes from the IBM Equal Access Toolkit, which is a lot of research that IBM's doing into accessibility. And essentially, this is just like a Chrome extension that works just like a Google Lighthouse audit. So you just run it, and it does a full accessibility audit. And this one is on my personal website, and you can see I've got a 94% on my current status. And the reason is because I've got 0 violations, but then I've got 13 warnings. And what this tool does, it goes through every single accessibility feature on the website, tested against the WCA G2 guidelines, and provides recommendations. When you get a warning, it's essentially that the tool can't guarantee that what you've done is accessible, and you need a human intervention to check, is it accessible, because it can't guarantee it. So for example, if you've got kind of pseudo elements with a bit of content in, it doesn't know whether that is decorative or whether that's actually meant to be readable. So it just holds you accountable. It's a very simple thing to do. So if you're going to do one thing after this talk, is just install this Chrome extension and just see what the warnings are, because you can go through and just start fixing them very easily, because it gives you the code snippets essentially and reference to the docs just to make those fixes. And that is the end of my talk. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, Matt. Great way to round off our lightning talks. 3 fantastic talks there. I love this. It's really is important, but it's also really impactful for everyone. So really good tips in there. Wonderful talk. I think a round of applause for all 3 of our fantastic lightning talk speakers. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Marco. Wonderful. We have a break now. We have a short break, so this just gives us a chance to have, if you are scurrying back from lunch, to give you a chance to kind of visit the loo, have a quick stretch and what have you. We're going to do our kind of bits of shuffling here for our final 2 speakers of the day. So we'll try and start. I know we've been slipping a tiny bit, but we're on track at the moment. We're bang on. So we're going to try and kick off at 5 past the hour. Not long, 10 minutes. So if you want to have a quick stretch, and we'll see you in 10. Okay, thanks. Right, all right. Okay, well, thank you. First of all, thank you for being so prompt. That's a short break, but hopefully a worthwhile one. Hope everyone's comfortable. We're into our last segment of the conference. It's our last segment. Just two talks remaining, and I'm thrilled with both of them. So excited to be able to sit and watch them myself, and just to be able to hear all of this great stuff. Just coming up next, we've got Jack Franklin, who I've known for some time, and I really admire his work on the internet. I've seen him give it on the internet. It sounds like you just like make memes or something. He works on dev tooling in Chrome. So chances are, if you're a front-end engineer, you have benefited from Jack's work over the years. I've also seen him give all kinds of wonderful talks about different frameworks, moving between different frameworks, thoughtfully applying different frameworks, and just all aspects of front-end engineering. I know he cares very much about the web and does amazing work on it. So I think enough from me. I think we should get Jack up on the stage. You ready for Jack? Yeah. Excellent. All right, a huge round of applause, please, for Jack Franklin. Look at how slow he's going to pad his applause.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, I'm going to have to type my password to unlock my laptop. What a start. Got it, first time. Awesome. Thank you, Phil, for that introduction. Thank you, Josh, and the team for having me here. And hi, my name's Jack. As Phil said, I work at Google currently, where I work on the Chrome DevTools, particularly currently focusing on the performance panel, which hopefully some of you have come across and used. I have, as an aside, I have a bunch of DevTools related stickers in my bag. I'd love you to come up to me later, talk to me about DevTools, what's missing, what we could do better. I'd love to just hear any feedback. But I'm not here to talk about DevTools today. I'm here to talk about the web, the abstractions, complexities, and what I think is a slight imbalance in how we have pushed the web into a very JavaScript-heavy ecosystem. I'm going to talk today about what we can do to address that balance. I think some of us, especially when I learned to build websites, I kind of yearn for this nostalgia of the past. I can remember the first website I built for the Falmouth Rangers under-13s football team. I played in the team. I was also the captain of the team, not to brag too much. My dad was also the coach of the team. I don't know if that had anything to do with me being the captain of the team. Certainly, the other players on the team really felt that my dad had played an overdue role in giving me the captaincy. He stresses he didn't, but I never really lived that one down. But when I was learning to write HTML and build the website, it was just such a simple setup. I wrote some code. That code got run in a browser, and then the user looked at the website I built. It wasn't a very good website, and the code wasn't very good either. I wrote it all in Notepad. Yeah. I didn't indent a single line of HTML. I don't think at that point I knew you could have code in different files, so my CSS was in there as well. I had no syntax highlighting, obviously. But it was just such a nice way to learn how to code. I didn't really appreciate that at the time, but looking back and having spent time teaching people JavaScript and the web generally, the fact that you could just load up Notepad, hit save, refresh the browser, and be there was really cool. And it's still a great way for people to get on board with the web now. As we know, things on the web today are a little bit different. They're a little bit more complex. And I'm not here to say that we should go to work tomorrow, rip out all the JavaScript, uninstall VS Code, and revert back to unindented, plain black text in Notepad. That might be a step too far, but I think we can maybe pull back into the middle at some point. Before I talk about that, I want to talk a bit about how I think we've got to this position and what has influenced that. I can remember when Node.js first popped onto the scene, and suddenly we could write JavaScript to build server-side applications. I started out as a Ruby developer building Ruby on Rails apps. Sorry, Amy. But it was very exciting that we could use JavaScript to do this. As part of that, JavaScript suddenly got this whole world of tooling that hadn't really existed before. The first time I used npm to install a dependency, in this case Lodash, and then require it, it was magical that I could just reach this thing, it was magically installed, and I could just begin using it as I wanted to. And as front-end developers, I think we looked at people who are doing this every day, and we thought, that looks really nice. I'd like to have some of that. I remember the days of copying URLs to scripts and putting like window.jQuery equals jQuery, that kind of stuff. Managing dependencies by just pasting chunks of code into script tags. it wasn't too nice, and obviously there were a lot of pitfalls. So once we saw that this world existed in Node and on the server side, tools sprung up to help us adopt this onto the front end. I don't think this particular tool needs any introduction. This is Webpack. I can't remember when it first popped up. But what it did when it came along is it promised this world of being able to install from NPM and magically, without us knowing how, made those dependencies work in the browser for us. Suddenly, as front-end developers, we had this whole world of code that we didn't have access to before at our fingertips, and we could embrace it and use it to build our websites, which we did. Now, Webpack has a slightly off reputation, so we say, particularly these days as we think about how much JavaScript has taken over the web. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that Webpack did a lot of good for us as well. It really pushed forwards us using JavaScript. It really was influential in tools like Babel, however you want to say it. That let us experiment with things like ECMAScript 6 and new JavaScript features that we could use even though all the browsers hadn't implemented them. Sure, I'm going to talk in a bit about how I think we went too far into that, but it's important to note that I think tools like this really did play a big part in pushing the language forward into what it has become today. But we had all this code accessible to us at our fingertips, and that came at a cost. This has been a theme throughout the conference, actually, so it's great that I can keep on going. But I think sort of accidentally over time, we started really focusing on the developer experience ahead of the user experience. And to be honest, I don't think this was on purpose. I just think it was a lot of fun to build websites in this way, install things and start working with them. But it's pushed us to some distance between us and the users. And I'll let you decide if we're the Lego chap on your left or if we're the dinosaurs on the right. I'm not quite sure. But as a front-end developer, I could install something, use it, run a build script via Webpack or a similar tool. And it was so easy, and it was so enjoyable, and it was so productive. But they had no visible cost. So when we did this, and as a developer at my machine, it all worked seamlessly. But I didn't see the cost that was happening. I didn't see the files being installed. I saw a little npm spinner, and then suddenly everything worked. Now, for people who were doing this in Node.js and working on the server side, this wasn't an issue. There was a cost associated, but their server and their web application on the back end would pay the cost. But in a front-end world, as we know, that's not the case. The cost of these dependencies is really heavily pushed onto the user. The bandwidth required to send that code to the user's device, the time taken for the browser to read and understand the code, and finally, the time taken for that code to execute and run. We as the developers don't pay that. We ask every single one of our users to. And for some applications on the web, this actually worked fine, and this is justifiable. I was in a UX workshop at work last week where we were using Figma to sketch designs and sort of give feedback. And Figma, at least, I don't use it every day as I'm more on the engineering side, but I was amazed that Figma is actually a web application. On sort of below all the niceties, it is a HTML canvas element that Figma then builds on top of. And to me, it's pretty mind-blowing that the web now can do things like that. We've also seen Adobe release a version of Photoshop for the web. And that's amazing. And when we get to the stage of building applications like that, we accept that there probably is going to be a lot of code involved, and tools like this can really help us. But as Jason puts it in this blog post, most of us aren't making Figma. Most of us are still making documents. If we think of the web as a big sliding scale, we have Figma on one side, and we have Jack's Falmouth Rangers under 13 match results at the other end. There's certainly a sliding scale. Some of you probably are working on things pushing towards the Figma end, but I'd bet the majority of us are certainly more towards my Falmouth Rangers team reports than we are towards building Figma. But what we did is we all worked and we all embraced this approach that big web apps were taking, and that meant bringing in lots of code. We had the browser and ultimately our users, but we put all sorts of stuff on top of it between us and them. We had our frameworks and maybe the dependencies of the frameworks. We have an additional library from NPM. We have other stuff, and right at the top, we have our code. And I like to talk about this as dependencies, complexities, and abstractions. And what I want to focus on today is how I think we can reduce this verticality and get back to a slightly more straightforward website. But I was thinking about this, I was going through my slides after Amy's talk, and I thought that these kind of lines of different colorings looked like something, and I couldn't quite pick it out until I realized. I think we've created lasagna on the web. We've all heard of spaghetti code, but today I'm coining a new term that's going to take the web by storm. Amy will split the profits. I'm going for an architectural lasagna. That's my next step. So anyway, moving on from pasta and getting us all hungry again. And when we have this web and we keep adding dependencies and we keep building complexity, the two kind of marry up, and I think they make each other worse. As we have this combination, they just, by default, we end up just adding more because it's easy to add more. And as a result, as we've talked about, the UX has inevitably suffered. I don't think anyone set out to cause this. I'm not here to lay blame on anyone's door. I just think this was something that happened because the tools made it very easy and we all got very excited about all the things JavaScript could do, that we haven't yet stopped to reconsider what we should do now and if that is still the best way forwards. And similarly, I'm not here to tell you that we should never use JavaScript. That's not the goal here. JavaScript is a core part of the web and it absolutely has its place. Depending on what you're working on and the features you need to build, you will probably need some JavaScript. I just think maybe the amount we're using has got a little skewed. Jeremy Keefe puts this well in this interview with Pixel Pioneers. The thing that's really bugged me for the past decade is the increasing complexity that's not driven by user needs. I think we pushed the complexity because it was enjoyable, it was fun, and it was satisfying to build these big applications. I just don't know if it's absolutely the thing we should keep on doing. And so to that end, I want to talk about two areas where I think we can improve and reflect upon. The first is complexity and abstractions, how we've allowed the applications and websites we build to get more complex and rely on more abstractions and dependencies. And then separately, I also want to talk about the actual impact of relying on these dependencies, how maybe we can consider them a bit more carefully and what we can do to mitigate the risks associated with it. So, who can remember Wednesday, the 23rd of March, 2016? I'll tell you what, I'd be very impressed if anyone can tell me why that date in particular is relevant right now. Actually, I don't know if I would be impressed or just kind of confused as to how this would stick in your mind. Anyway, I think you will remember it. Wednesday, the 23rd of March, 2016 was the day that front-end internet broke forever. It was the day that the project LeftPad was removed overnight or all of a sudden from the NPM registry. This was an 11 lines of code tool is a strong word here, for a function that could pad a string with some additional characters. And it turned out that we weren't depending on it directly, but lots of the big tools that a lot of companies used were depending on it. I can remember this day because I worked at a startup where we had a big monolithic code base, so Python backend with lots of React on the front end, and we couldn't deploy the website because the npm install would fail. We couldn't deploy our entire website, even if the change was nothing to do with JavaScript, because LeftPad had been removed from npm. And that was quite a stressful day. I'm sure I'm probably not the only one who remembers this and sort of shudders a little bit. But that's the problem when we start building these complicated websites full of dependencies that we don't necessarily understand. Each one of these lumps of code or layers in the lasagna can cause you problems in the future. What if something you rely on becomes unmaintained on GitHub? Maybe that's not a problem right now. It could become a problem in the future. What if a tool has a security vulnerability that impacts your website, and so you need to either fix it or hope someone else fixes it for you? Or what if the way you're using a particular library triggers a certain performance case that causes a janky or bad user experience as your user scrolls up and down on your website? So each time we rely on some code, and that's both code that we have written ourselves along with code that we've installed from, say, npm, there is a chance anywhere that there could be a LeftPad-esque incident of some severity within that chunk. And so the more code we have, the more chunks we have, the higher the risk associated. It's not only the higher the risk, it's just the more work it is as a developer to maintain it and understand it. So the more code we ask our users to download and install. And as Michelle talked about earlier, there's a huge impact environmentally as well. Again, Jeremy, I'll just keep quoting him for the rest of this talk. Every dependency you add to a project is one more potential single point of failure. And what I think's happened is we've built these big websites and now we're beginning to see the pain points associated with them. I think everyone has loaded up a project that they worked on maybe 6 months ago, a year ago, whether it's at work or a side project, and been bemused by the errors you get because of the set of tools you used that now aren't quite playing nicely because something's broken, something's upgraded, or something's been deprecated. think I yearn for a website stack that looks more like this. We have the code that we write, and then we are very carefully considered and critical about the dependencies and abstractions we rely on top of that. So how can we do this? How can we take these complicated stacks that build up our websites and instead reduce them down and be very considered about what code we ask our users to run? So there's a phrase, a 3-word phrase that I think has become overused and overloaded in conference talks. I don't know if anyone can guess it from this particular background. It's one I try to veer away from, but you've probably heard someone on stage talk about using the platform before. Yeah, I can hear some sort of laughing, but also shuddering in the seats. And I'm very much guilty of standing up on stages or writing blog posts talking about these great new features and that we should all use the browser because it's brilliant and we should all use the platform. But I think then if people took that message away and went home and looked at the particular feature, they would often get frustrated because it would be, oh, it's Chrome only, or it's only in Firefox right now, and it won't be implemented in other browsers for another year or 2 years, or maybe it never will. We don't really know. But what I've been noticing recently is that 3-4 years ago, these features that people were touting as a really good way to save installing extra dependencies, they are now supported well across all the platforms we need to. So I think people have become fatigued by the phrase use the platform because it was kind of code for use the latest version of Google Chrome and you'll be absolutely fine. But I think now it is not that, and there are many features that we can rely on that are supported very well across browsers. And this is a journey that I've been on myself personally as well. Prior to working at Google, I joined there 3 or so years ago. I worked at an e-commerce startup in London, and the front end was entirely React, and I was the lead developer of that front end. And I had a great time. I really liked it. I really enjoyed working with React. I felt productive with it. I was good at it. I could make what I felt were good website experiences for users who could afford to download all the required JavaScript. And I knew that joining the DevTools team meant that I wouldn't be working in a React world anymore. And that was actually quite scary because I'd spent the last 2, 3, 4 years building up this React-specific knowledge. I want to be clear that I'm not up here now to critique React. And if anyone doesn't work with React here, you can really swap React out for any large framework or sort of conceptually similar dependency that you might rely on. So this isn't, I'm not about to start diving into all the things I dislike about any particular framework. And on DevTools, I knew that we'd be using a bespoke UI library that was written sort of 10, 15 years ago. It's been around a while. And I knew that we'd be transitioning into using custom elements. At this point, I'd not used them. I didn't really know too much about how they worked. And I was quite apprehensive, to be honest with you, about how much we could do and how much pain it would be to work with them compared to my React experience. And so what I started doing is I started a small side project where I tried to use these custom elements just to get a bit more familiarity with them. And I found that quite surprisingly to me is that I didn't actually miss a lot of the functionality that React was providing. I set out to build an HTML form where obviously user inputs various data, hits submit, and stores it in a database somewhere. With my React hat on, I would have reached for one of the popular React form libraries, something like Redux, one of those type things. I would have made sure that every time the user typed in one of those input boxes, I would have run some code to update my state so the values stay in sync. And I've generally done quite a lot of work to replicate what is basically a form. So I set out to build this form without any JavaScript, or certainly as little JavaScript as I could get away with. It turns out there are loads of APIs now built into the browser that can get us a long way towards what we used to write JavaScript to achieve. Sure, a lot of you have seen the HTML form validation, lets you mark inputs as required, give them a min and max length, and perform pretty decent validations on them, all within the browser. If you need to read the data out into JavaScript for whatever reason, there's the form data API, which you give it a form and it will give you all the values back. So no need to track those yourself. And if you want to customize the messages the browser shows when a user has given you invalid input, you can do that as well using the constraint validation API. And I had barely used any of these APIs when I started on this little side project. But I found that by using them, I was able to build a functional form. It didn't miss out on anything because I wasn't using React. It worked without JavaScript, but I could use some of these APIs to layer on some additional functionality with JavaScript if I wanted to. And the browser support for all 3 of these is all in the very high 90s. And if I'd have been on stage a few years ago, I don't think I could have talked about these because all these APIs wouldn't have been in the high 90s. But I think now there are a lot of APIs that have matured and are supported across browsers that I think a lot of people just aren't really aware of. Another really good example of this where I was sort of ignorant to what the browser could do for me was when I needed to build an event emitter. I'm sure a lot of us have done this. You need something where you can add event listeners to objects and dispatch events and sort of have them talk to each other. And I would always install this from NPM or I would build it myself. So I joined Google and there I worked with a chap for a while called Paul Lewis. I'm sure some of you have probably met or come across or seen on the internet. I don't know, for those of you who haven't worked with Paul, he's got this really annoying habit where he's very smart and correct a lot of the time. It's very wearing, grinds on you quite a lot. Don't tell him I said that. You can see I don't follow him and that's why. But what Paul said to me is he said, well, Jack, I just use event target. And I said, Paul, what on earth is event target? It turns out that the browser has an event emitter built into it that's called event target. It's what is used whenever you listen to click events on any HTML element. But what you can do is you can take a class that you've written and you can have it extend the event target. And suddenly that gives you the ability to dispatch and listen to events. There's also a whole API for defining custom events as well, and you can send events with any data you want to. And this API has 97% coverage as well. So here we're still writing JavaScript. I'm not here to say that we should never write JavaScript. But where something like this, where we might reach for a dependency or an abstraction, we can actually achieve a lot with what the browser provides us out the box. So can we shift our default starting point away from a big JavaScript application and start with what the browser gives us? As Zach puts it in this blog post about single-page applications, you can't JavaScript your way out of an excess JavaScript problem. I think we need to be wary about writing more code to try and solve the problems that we've created by writing code in the first place. I think for a long number of years, it's been I have a problem to solve. What dependency will solve this for me? This is really easy, as discussed. It's also very convenient, something Michelle touched upon earlier. And Pascal also, I think he wrote this blog post literally today or yesterday. The problem with conveniences is that they come at a cost. And we are now seeing that cost being paid by us as the developers in how complex our websites have become, but by our users who are having to get through and download all that code. So can I have a problem to solve become, does the browser provide a solution for us natively? This may or may not require JavaScript. There's also, I'm far from an expert, but there's so much we can achieve now with HTML and CSS in particular, so we don't even have to reach for JavaScript anymore. If the browser does it natively, great, job's done. If not, okay, we're going to need to implement it or bring in a dependency. I'm going to come on into a bit about how we can be more considered in how we do that. Reducing the amount of JavaScript we ship is just good for everyone. It's good for our users, it's good for us, it's good for the environment. And I think we can do this by moving away from JavaScript by default. And we're already starting to see this happening out there in the world with companies that are experimenting with other approaches to building websites. Katie at Etsy, I think, was the first one to term component islands, or what has become more generally the islands architecture. And Jason goes into more detail about the islands architecture in his blog post. The idea here, it's going to sound very much like we've jumped back 15 years in time, is that we have websites where we generate all the HTML on the server, gets sent down, but we leave these little pockets of interactivity that we can enhance on the client with JavaScript. That's using JavaScript for its purpose to enhance a web page without using it to build and run the whole ecosystem. So in Jason's talk, he gives this example that you can break a website down into parts, which you might have static content, you might have a JavaScript app, you might have static content that is then enhanced by JavaScript, but we're building multi-page apps backed by the server as default and embracing JavaScript for what it's good at. This is something colleague Jake does on his blog post as well. If you go to his blog, it's nearly all static, but you'll see little interactive examples as part of his blog posts. And as he puts it, he can enhance little parts of the page without going all in on a framework. So this islands architecture gets me really excited because it feels to me like the best of both worlds. Like we've swung far in one direction towards JavaScript and the pendulum is coming back into the middle with this architecture that embraces JavaScript for what it's good at and understands that we will need it at points in time, but doesn't use it as the default. So now I want to spend a bit of time talking about abstractions and dependencies. At some point, you are going to need to rely on someone's code, likely from NPM, for some feature on your website. Or you're going to need to have to build it yourself and define your own abstraction. Dependencies have a lot of convenience. They solve problems for us quickly, but they also have a cost associated with them. I think we need to get better at figuring out and considering that cost involved. So as Phil mentioned earlier today, I've got big into TikTok recently. Woo! I haven't actually, you can't follow me on there. And so I've been exploring other methods of viral marketing that we could use to really get this idea and this talk off the ground. So we've got the 4 easy methods you can use to manage your JavaScript. I've got the 4 ways you can manage your JavaScript and solve all your problems with the thread emoji, which I think is very important for these kind of things. And I even gave my hand at a YouTube thumbnail of me looking shocked, bemused, or confused. Excuse the font. I did this in a coffee shop as well. I thought it was very quiet. It was quite early in the morning. I didn't think anyone was looking at me as I took this photo on my webcam. I then looked up to see both the baristas staring straight at me. So I haven't been back there since. Anyway, I've got a few ideas about ways that we can consider and manage the dependencies we bring into our projects. I want to talk a bit about maintaining control, having an awareness of our dependencies, coming up again, leaning on the browser primitives, and finally, having an exit strategy. So let's talk first about maintaining control. When we write code, we can either be in control of it or we can cede control over to the code that we're relying on. So either our code is in control, or typically when we reach for a framework, the framework takes over and is in control. To give you a sort of practical example of what this looks like, if I'm the one writing code and I'm in control, I will change some data and then I will tell the code to do something, whether that's re-render, update, whatever it may be. If I'm working with a framework, what I will instead do is tell the framework that I've done something and it will do the rest for me. So in React world, you set some state. React will re-render, but you yourself are never going to tell React to re-render your website. React is just going to do it for you. So you are hooking into what the framework is doing. The framework is really controlling your website at this point in time. And this theory is known as the inversion of control. And this is actually a really good way to think about dependencies and the whole libraries versus framework debate. As Surma puts it in his blog post, also called The Cost of Convenience, a running theme, libraries and frameworks can be distinguished by looking at the inversion of control. If you're using a framework and you're hooking into its lifecycle, its way of working, its abstractions, then it is the one in control. If you're using a library, typically you tell it what to do. So in React world, or really any of these sort of component-based front-end frameworks, a component gets rendered, you use a framework primitive, such as a setState call, which tells React that you've changed some data, and React decides that we want to re-render. Oh, I'm one side off. There we go. One more tick. 99% of the time, when you're using a framework, this will work just fine. You have your components, you change your data, the framework takes care of everything for you. The challenge with leaning on such big frameworks is what happens when you need to swerve this for a minute? What happens when you hit that 1% case where you need to do something differently? What happens when you have that 10-year-old jQuery component that you have to keep using for whatever reason? Does the framework let you sort of step to one side and deal with something outside of that framework's architecture? Or as Surma puts it, as frameworks often put themselves at the core of any architecture, it can be hard to opt out. A framework that lets you do this will have what Surma calls an escape hatch, what I would call an off-ramp. An escape hatch is a way for you to jump out of the framework's zone of control and run some code yourself. If you are going to rely on a framework, it's very important to think about how you can do that. What is the escape hatch? Prior to Google, the company I worked at, we used to support people could order clothes on our website. We used to support shipping via Collect Plus, which for those not UK-based is like a sort of courier service. It will get delivered to a post office or something and you go and pick it up. Now, Collect Plus provided us a widget for like sort of the user filling in their address and ordering and stuff. It was a widget written about 15 years ago with jQuery 1 point something, and it barely worked and you couldn't touch it because it would break immediately. So we needed, despite the fact that we built this whole checkout flow in React, we needed a way to be able to push that very old, very fragile jQuery code into the framework. And React does let you do this, but it certainly was a bit of a challenge at points. So when we talk about libraries versus frameworks, I'm here to suggest that libraries are normally a better option, because a library really is that escape hatch or off-ramp by default, because it doesn't try to take over the world. It doesn't try to own your entire website's rendering lifecycle and how it updates. You never give up control, so it's much easier to stay flexible and change if you need to. So when we think about dependencies that we're going to rely on, think about if you're ceding that control. Are you letting the framework become the architect of your whole website, or are you still the one in control? So next I want to talk about dependency awareness. As we discussed, it's convenient to use our tools to install dependencies. But dependencies aren't free, and they have various costs associated with them. They're more code, fundamentally, in our bundle. They're another point of failure, as discussed. They're another thing that you have to upgrade or completely ignore, up to you, on a semi-regular basis. And they're also just more code and complexity to understand. And there are more costs associated. These are sort of the first four that came to mind. But if we're going to rely on these dependencies, they must justify the costs that they have. And we must look as developers to mitigate the risks. So again, I've got some thoughts about how we solve this. So I've written Jack's ultimate guide to dependency consideration. Special offer today, all credit cards accepted. Please come and see me afterwards. So when we think about dependencies and using them in our websites, I want you to ask a lot of what questions. What is the dependency providing? Probably the core question. How much good is it giving me? Like, what is it saving me? What is the impact on the bundle size? Is it large or small? And does the amount of functionality you're going to benefit sort of make it worth that size that you're paying? What would it be like to build it ourselves? I see a lot of people reach for an off-the-shelf dependency thinking, oh, we can never build that from scratch. But actually, because if you build it from scratch, you can build it specifically to your exact use case. It's often much easier than you might think. What do we do if it becomes unmaintained? Is that going to cause us a problem? Do we feel comfortable with that? Are we uncomfortable and need to think about what would happen? And finally, what if we have to replace it? What if something goes really wrong and we just have to replace it? Is that going to be hard? Is it going to take up a lot of engineering time? To give you a couple of examples of sort of thinking these through practically, we had a couple of examples on the DevTools team about dependencies that we considered. So when we were looking at using web components, we were really toying between a library and a framework to do this work for us. So there's a framework called Lit Element, which really, if you saw it, it looks React-esque, but it's built on top of web components. That's really a very short, not entirely accurate description, but it should give you enough idea. And Lit HTML is part of that, but it's just a small library that lets you re-render HTML efficiently in the page. So we debated about the pros and cons of these. And eventually we reached just for Lit HTML. It provided us less functionality out of the box, but we weren't sure if we needed the additional functionality the Lit element provided us. We also figured it was easier to start with the smaller library, and we could always upgrade, if you like, into Lit element, than it would be to go with Lit element, realize it gave us far too much power that we didn't need, and then try to downgrade or remove it in favor of Lit HTML. But an example where we did pick the dependency, and we still maintain that to this day, is the text editor that's in DevTools. So if you go into the sources panel, if you edit any of the text, you're using CodeMirror there to do that. I've never tried to build a text editor. I don't know if anyone in here has, but they're pretty complicated and they're very heavy and there's lots going on in there. We could have built this in-house to save that dependency, but this would have taken many engineers, many months, if not years, to get close to the level of features that CodeMirror provides for us. So in this case, although CodeMirror is quite a large dependency to add, it is absolutely worth it for us because it lets us focus on other problems. I think we can also do a lot more to be aware of the literal size that we are adding to our bundles. I've got a slightly controversial idea for dealing with this, so I do genuinely need you to just calm down and not jump to any conclusions too quickly. Because I think we should check our node modules folder into Git and stop Git ignoring them. And people will think that's a really dreadful idea, and that's fine. I'm not suggesting you all go to work tomorrow and do this. I would like to know how it goes if you do. I wrote a blog post about this, which you can see linked below. And the reason I came across this is because it's what we do at work on the DevTools code base. I'd never seen it before. But it has a lot of surprising benefits. There's no more npm install ever, apart from when you install the dependency or upgrade it for the first time. That's locally and on any bots that run or deploy your code. Every build is 100% reproducible because you've all got all the code. Sure, you can solve this with npm's lock files, but you just don't need to if you don't even need to run npm install. If the npm goes down or left pad gets removed from npm, there's no blocked builds because you don't rely on npm. Dependencies of dependencies, also known as transitive dependencies, become very visible. We've all installed something, thought it was a very small package to add, but realized it reaches out to 10 different things that it's now installed to come along with it. If you install a dependency that does that, it becomes very obvious very quickly. You are forced to see the impact of the code that you are committing. You literally, in the diff on your pull request, you see all those lines that you are adding. I found that kind of helps consider if it's worth it. And finally, if you were to update a version of something, and let's say some malicious code has crept in because the author's GitHub account has been hacked, you will see that straight away and you can spot it. And of course, we learned earlier from Michelle that there are other benefits to this approach. There's no more energy used from NPM installs, as that developer who wanted to build the CO2 NPM emitter noted. So I've no idea on the costs that we're saving by doing this, but if you think there are at least 30 or so engineers probably generating hundreds, if not thousands of builds every day, that adds up to a lot of time that we don't have to wait for NPM to run. So if you do want to do this or you want to explore it, I would encourage you to give it a go on a side project. But if you want to incrementally get there, you can do this as well. So if you go into your git ignore file, you might have a line that looks like node modules /star, which tells Git to ignore everything in that directory. But you can then take a line with a particular dependency and put a bang in front of it, and that will tell Git that you do want to pay attention to that folder. So you can slowly start beginning to commit dependencies if you don't want to jump in at the deep end, which I fully understand. I do have to give you a warning, though. This approach may make you unpopular on the internet. I've removed the person's name, but I did want to show you one of the tweets I got at the time of writing this blog post. It fucks me up. We DevOps do our best to advocate for good tools, and there's a dude coming from Google, and I want to fucking cry, was one of the tweets I got. So I don't think that person has adopted this approach yet, but I haven't actually asked since. Yeah, I did enjoy that one. So we can be more aware of our dependencies. We can weigh up the costs and benefits of the dependency and try and make those costs visible. I've already talked a little bit about using the platform, but I think we can do more here to lean on browser primitives. And in particular, I'm here to give a big +1 to web components. Well, thank you, someone. And particularly web components when we think about how they work within that context of the islands architecture. If you think about this architecture as little pockets of JavaScript functionality in a multi-page application, we really are describing web components there. I think they're a very natural fit. And we're starting to see frameworks like Lit, there's Stencil, there's a few others that are now building on top of web components rather than reinventing that part of the stack. And that's really exciting to me because if you pick one of these large frameworks, your code that you ship to your users cannot ever be smaller than whatever that framework's bundle size is. But if you pick a framework that is leaning on top of web components, then suddenly we have moved that part of the dependency into the browser, and the user now has to run less stuff to get it. So the frameworks we use can become much smaller because they build on top of what the browser gives us, rather than having to re-implement this from scratch. Another example of this is there's a new API coming to the browsers, I've no idea when, called the Scheduling API. For people building websites, it's probably not going to be that interesting. But for people building frameworks where you have lots of re-renders and you need to batch those and schedule them, this new API can become something that they use rather than implement it themselves from scratch. And to some extent, browsers will always be playing catch-up with React, Vue, Angular, and the like. And that's really by design. The web has to move slower than these frameworks because as we land features into the web platform, they have to be stable, they have to stay around for a long time, and we cannot make breaking changes to them. So when I talk about web components, people will reel off, well, they don't do this, and they don't do this, and they don't do this. And that's absolutely fair enough. They don't do everything. They don't give you out the box what something like React will give you. What's exciting to me is I think in time, and we're starting to be in that timeline now, they will. So I'm not going to go into the details here, and this is one spec that is cutting edge. I'm not here to say that you should all use it, just here to observe that it's exciting that in time we will be able to use it. It's this spec called the Declarative Shadow DOM, and it looks to address the fact that web components and server-side generated content don't really play well nicely together at the moment. In the future, it's going to be easier to have web components where their content begins on the server and then is enhanced on the client. So if you are interested in that, I'd really recommend this blog post. I believe it is in Safari and Chrome, and Mozilla have said they are working on it. So we're not talking a million years off here. But it's a very exciting sort of step in the right direction. And I'm sure over time there will be more specs like this to look to fill in the holes that so we can make web components even more viable. So I think this islands architecture with web components and a few tweaks such as the declarative shadow DOM is a really exciting place to be in, to address that imbalance and bring us back into the middle of the pendulum. Something that Zach Lee observes in his blog post on single-page apps, in particular, is recognizing this, that features of frameworks often fade into irrelevance as the web platform progresses. We've seen this happen. The most obvious example is jQuery and its selector that took, its $function that took any CSS selector as a string and gave you those elements back. That now exists on the platform in the form of query selector and query selector all. So it's very exciting to me if we think about all the things frameworks have experimented with. Some of them haven't worked, but some of them have. That I think the browser in time will be able to catch up to those and consider how we can take the best of all that and have it built in for us out the box. This also just makes our jobs easier, increases the longevity of our websites if we lean on what the browser provides. There are fewer things that are suddenly going to change. There's less code to manage generally. So browsers are getting more powerful. The primitives that we're working with are here to stay. And by leaning on abstractions that build on top of those primitives, we can avoid shipping as much code to our users. And my final strategy is to have an exit strategy. Always think of the worst case, or be a pessimist, if you like, or British. I don't mean having parties in Downing Street during lockdowns. I just mean being aware of what might happen if a dependency suddenly disappears from the internet. If you think about the timeline of the web, in particular JavaScript frameworks, 10, maybe 15 years ago, maybe 10, we were looking at Knockout and Backbone. Angular 1 and the object.observe sort of proposal happened. Then we had React and Vue. The exact ordering of these is not entirely scientifically accurate, I should point out. Then we had React hooks and things like Svelte. Now I'm here talking about web components, lit, stencil, islands architectures. Who knows what is next? And so the pessimistic view is what happens if this all goes wrong. But I like to think of another way as well, is what can we do today to make things better for the developers of the future? What can present Jack do to make future Jack, or Jack's dad, happy? My dad is also called Benjamin Franklin, which he hates, by the way, just as an aside. That's not even a joke, genuinely his name. I don't think my grandparents have quite realized what they did. Obviously, you cannot future-proof everything. Code changes, requirements change, browsers change. But I think if we think about what can we do now to make things easier in the future, leaning into the browser is one very clear way that we can make improvements in that area. So those are my strategies for managing dependencies. So I want to end by reflecting on the path to what I think is a less complex web. As discussed, we can reduce complexity by leaning into the browser and what it provides. Doing so reduces the amount of code we have to ship. It reduces the energy usage, as we've heard earlier today. Reduces user frustrations by making things hopefully smoother, less code to download, quicker on mobile devices, bad connections, and so on. Increases accessibility because loads of things that the browser gives us are accessible by default. As Jason notes in his blog post on the islands architecture, a website that uses standard HTML is easier for assistive technologies and web crawlers, and it makes the default outcome the accessible one. And it's a really good blog post I encourage you to read, and talks about how if we just lean on this stuff, things are accessible without us having to really go and put the extra mile in and reinvent things that the browser can provide for us. And also for those of us who like working with and do work with frameworks, we can't just start new projects every single day. Leaning on the browser does not mean the end for frameworks. As discussed, I hope that in time, more of these internals that frameworks currently ship themselves will instead be able to lean on primitives that the browser has built in, and so we can ship less code. That said, I feel with pretty strong conviction that reducing our reliance on frameworks and preferring libraries where we keep control is a better path towards maintainable websites where we can react to changes in the future too. And we should always be thinking about the off-ramp and staying flexible to things changing over time. As Surma notes in his blog post, if you've outgrown a framework or it's not working for you anymore, it can be very hard to move away from that framework because they take over your entire architecture. I think we can be more critical about considering the dependencies and understanding that there are costs and trade-offs involved with every piece of code we add to our website. And we can be aware of what we are shipping. That's not to say we can't embrace and be grateful that we have tools that let us install and manage dependencies really easily, but we shouldn't let that hide what's going on behind the scenes. I think hopefully we can shrink this into a much smaller, more compact web. And if we do that, I think the user experience will improve. But what's exciting is we look at all these tools available and we look at things like the Islands architecture, and there are frameworks now or applications beginning to build on top of that. I think 11T has a plugin for it. There's Astro as well, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. Is that I think the developer experience can stay high. I don't think we have to trade these off. Clearly, if we do, we should focus on the user. But I think we're coming to a place where we can swing back into the middle of that pendulum and really have a great developer experience, but most importantly, a great user experience. So I'll finish there. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for having me. You can find the slides and all the information there, and please come and grab me if you fancy a chat later on. Thank you.
Ooh, there we are. Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Jack. Again, it's another talk that I'm really nodding along aggressively to and just loving every moment of that. So thank you for such a considered and thoughtful talk. It's so important, this stuff, and it's really exciting seeing it articulated in this way and some of the opportunities that might be coming our way. Oh, anything else you want? Taking that?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. Another round of applause, please, for Jack Franklin. Okay. So I think probably while Dina, are you mic'd up? Yeah. Do you want to come and plug in while I ramble for a moment? I'll let Dina make the journey across the stage and play. Yeah, I know it is narrow, isn't it? Yeah, it is narrow. It's a balancing act. Super. Well, Dina's going to give our final talk of the day. Following that talk, we'd love to take a photograph of you all, not individually. We'll do it in one go. That would be weird, wouldn't it? It would take too long. But we'd love to do that. So please don't vanish. We'd love to just take a quick snap. We'll do it very, very quickly, but we love to see your smiling faces. So we'll do that at the end. And also there'll be information about where we're going to have a bit of a social afterwards. Chance for everyone to talk not just to each other, but also to the speakers. And I'm sure you've got questions and things you want to talk about that you just haven't had the chance yet. We'll get a chance to do that later. So we'll share some information about that at the end as well. But before we get to that, as I mentioned, very importantly, we have our final talk of the day. I'm not going to give too much of an intro to this. Actually, I'm going to let the talk do the talking. Let Dina do the talking. But suffice to say that Dina has travelled to us from Cairo, where she is the founder of a studio that makes stop motion animations, and you may well have encountered some of her work if you've been around on the internet and seeing some of the wonderful things that people might have shared about her content. I've really enjoyed seeing how stop motion can be used to expose, how things are built and how things are put together, and I've just found them very, very entertaining. I think there was a series called Tinker Fridays, which may have been the source of the name for the. Anyway, I won't talk too much about that. I'll let Dina do the talking. You good to go? You happy?
Yes.
Looking good? Okay, wonderful. Once more, a huge round of applause. Make her very, very welcome. It's Dina Amin.
Thank you. Oh, wow. It looks so big. Hi, everyone. I think there should be audio. Oh, yeah. Okay. I made all the sounds and noises myself, so. So, my name is Dina Amin, and I'm here to tell you finally that Josh knows grammar. Okay, I really, really hate writing my name with a capital D. So it's not his fault, it's purely mine. And I know it's been bothering some of you. I've had questions, but I have a very kind of valid reason for it. So when I write my name with a capital D, I start seeing things in my name. And I usually do this. I start seeing things coming to life, and it doesn't end well. So I just never write my name in a capital D. I hate it. I just keep saying things. And I've noticed that I used to do this unconsciously, and then I noticed that I actually do this all the time whenever I see anything. And in 2016, I started this side project where I only did this. And in that project, I combined my love for product design. I studied product design and my found love for stop motion and my views on consumers. And in that project, I kind of showed people what's inside of their things in new ways. It's hard to explain, but this is kind of how it looks. And I hope today that if I would do one thing is to show you things in different ways. It'll help you see things differently or see things in ways you've never seen before. So let's see. So this is remember this? It was like a mobile pouch belt thing where I'm sure some of you have seen it before. It still exists, like it's not really gone away. There's no away, so it's thrown away somewhere, completely obsolete. And this is what's inside of it. Oh, why doesn't it play here? So have you seen a mobile pouch transform into a character before? I've reached my goal. I'm happy. So I've been doing this project since 2016. I've done it for a whole year and a half, and I really had no idea what stop motion is. I studied product design, industrial design in Malaysia. I did not even own a camera. I wasn't intending to have a stop motion studio in Egypt at all. It wasn't in the plans. I would literally just tape my phone to the table. All I knew is the basic idea of what stop motion was, is that you take thousands of photos and in each one you move something a bit, and at the end you would have something that magically moves. And what I wanted to do is just to get all the ideas and all the things and all the faces I see in my head and just watch them kind of in real life. So how did I start this? How did I start this tinkering? Because it sounds like a really weird project to start. Like I'm gonna take products apart and transform them into characters that do something. It didn't just like happen out of nowhere. It just kind of slightly developed. So I did study industrial design in Malaysia, and I really loved industrial design to the point that I left my country. I'm from Cairo, Egypt, and it's not very common for a woman to travel to study abroad, but I really wanted to. Like, I was that passionate about it. And I went to study in Malaysia. And then when I came back to Egypt, I realized that I hate a really big part of product design and industrial design where most of the things that we design actually end up being thrown away, especially in a country like Egypt where things are usually in lower grade because they're cheaper and it fits a really big market need. So when you see the reality of it, it's a bit disappointing. So this is a market in Egypt. It's called the Friday market, and it's kind of like not really a flea market because literally all of the stuff that are sold there, this is just the entrance, and this is a moving train, and it's really okay in Egypt. And literally all the things that are sold there are picked by the sellers from garbage bins, and they are resold to be repurposed, or people buy them for really cheap price to fix them, reuse them, use all the pieces inside, or maybe sell them later for any specific like for any reason. So I used to go there, and you can find all sorts of things there: toys, electronics, what else? Furniture, signage, toilets, whatever people throw away, you'll find it there. And I used to collect it, and it made me think about all this do I really want to be a product designer? But anyways, I wasn't, because when I went back to Egypt, like this was like 10 years ago, so there weren't a lot of there weren't product design jobs in Egypt. So after graduating and going back, I just worked whatever I found available in Egypt. So, and I was happy about it. I thought I was just exploring till one day I found this one thing that I really, really want to do, like the one thing that I'm meant to be doing. And when I did not find product design jobs, I worked as a graphic designer, of course. And then when graphic design, led to social media management, led to like working in a lot of startups and doing just anything. And I was happy. I was just learning and exploring. I love making anything, like learning anything new. But then it was like 5 years have passed and I was completely miserable. I was like, what am I doing? I don't know what I like. I was completely lost. I don't know what I love anymore. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if should I just continue like this in Egypt, just accepting whatever was an opportunity to me. Until one day, and I remember this day very, very clearly, I decided to stop this and I decided that I needed to do something. And I took a very conscious decision because I was thinking, what if I just keep going like this and just accepting whatever is available in Egypt till I like explore and maybe one day I stumble upon this one thing. And maybe not, because there's a lot of things that are not available in Egypt. So maybe I'm not going to find it because it's not there. And that was actually a positive thought, because I thought maybe I'm not going to find it because I am meant to start it, because it's not there yet. So with that thought in mind, I sat down and I started thinking, okay, let's find this one thing. I'm meant to like find it, so let's sit down. I took a pen and a paper and decided to write things down because this is how I think. I'm just gonna put like a criteria and try to think of it like what should this one thing be? And since I'm a product designer, I thought this thing should solve a problem. So maybe I can start from a problem, or should be something also that pays the bills, something that can be like a good career. Something that I can explain to my parents so that anyone can understand, something that I would love doing, something that, lots of things. And after writing all of this, it was super, super hard to decide because I felt that the more I wrote, the harder it became. It wasn't actually helping. So I decided to not think about any of this and just pick one thing out of this list and just focus on this. And once I did this, it became so easy because I decided the most important thing to me in this list of criteria of what I should be doing was that I want to be doing something that just brings me so much joy, because I've been miserable for a really long time doing all these random jobs, and I just want to be doing something that I love. And I was thinking, what is the thing that if I would do just this thing my whole life and I wouldn't do any other thing, I would never get bored. And till this day, I have no idea how I convinced myself. But it made complete sense. But it just clicked that once I asked this question, that I love taking things apart. Just this. And I thought, if I would spend my whole life, I would just spend my life taking things apart and putting them back together. And it happened because I was, I had this memory, like I see it so clearly. On that day, I was sitting in my old bedroom. We were moving houses. And the only, like my empty bedroom now, there was only one box. This that wasn't allowed in the new clean house was a box filled of junk that I've collected and bought from the Friday market. And I looked at it and I was like, it makes sense. Now I finally have the time to if I had the time. Now I finally have the time to tinker with all the things inside this box and, I don't know, take things apart. Of course, I doubted that. I was like, sounds so stupid. Like, how would this turn into a career, or how would I even explain things doing this to my parents? But I decided that I'm not going to think about any of this. I'm just going to focus on doing something that I love. And I decided that I'm going to commit to this. So I'm going to pick a product. I was still working part-time. So the weekend in Egypt is Friday, Saturday. So I decided to pick one product from that box every Friday, take it apart, document it somehow. So I used Instagram because I really had no friends there. It was like early Instagram days. So I wasn't like totally embarrassing myself. So I would just take the product. I had a yellow piece of paper. I took a photo of one. I would take it apart. And I would just do basic research on it, like what's inside, how it was broken, how it comes together, how it's manufactured, like purely product design stuff. Like in the back of my head, I felt that maybe I would redesign one of these products one day, but I still felt like I'm just gonna go with the flow. I'm not really gonna think, I'm not gonna plan, I'm not gonna like imagine how this will lead to anything. I wasn't actually thinking that it would lead to all of this, but I thought I'm just gonna go with it and see. And I gave it time. So I thought I would like maybe 6 months. Let's see where this leads. And I would do this consistently every Friday until like week 4, I was taking apart this shaver and I was absolutely amazed by how it all came together. It really felt like it's a big puzzle to me. So I knew this thing called stop motion, and I didn't want to just put a still photo of it, but I wanted to show how everything came together. So I took my phone out, and I didn't even know that there was a stop motion app. I used the slideshow app, and I took like 500 photos and made this video, and I thought, oh my God, this is so magical, it's so good, I want to do this, this is so fun. And when I put it on Instagram, back then Instagram only allowed 15 seconds. And I made like a 1-minute video because I took like 500 photos and then I couldn't upload it. So I went on Google and I wrote like something like how to make stop motion video faster, something like that. And then I learned about frame rate because it said like stop motion, they're animating on 2s and 1s, and 2s means that if you want to animate on 12 frames, meaning that you need 12 photos to just make up 1 second, and each photo is doubled. So if I want to move my arm from here to here in 1 second, I need 12 photos, and each one I repeat twice. I was like, interesting. There's a lot about stop motion that I didn't know. I just thought that you just move things. And I was super interested to continue because it takes very little to amuse me. Just knowing what frame rate was like, oh, wow, new. Like the other day, I learned about kippers. And I was like, wow, there's a fish dish that's called kippers. Interesting. Yeah. Takes very, very little to amuse me. So I continued doing this, and obviously needed to like call this project into something. And I was posting it on Instagram bit by bit, just posting the videos and writing something in the caption. And a small group of people started following me, and they were interested to, like, they were actually waiting for it. I don't know how, but they were waiting to see what I would pick every Friday and how I'm going to animate it and what's gonna come out of it. So I asked them, I'm really bad at naming things, so I asked them, what would I name this project? And someone said, Tinker Projects, and I learned the word tinkering. And then someone else said Explosive Fridays, because I do it on Fridays and I kind of make things explode. But I didn't want to have my name next to Explosive Fridays. Like, I would never get a visa again. It's already hard enough. So imagine Googling Dina Amin, Exclusive Fridays. Never gonna travel. So I thought I would mix both, and I called it Tinker Friday. And this gave me like this. I didn't want to quit, so I wanted like the Friday in it so that I would be committed to it. And I did it for a year and a half, every single Friday. And it started, I think the sound is also not, there's sound in here too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it started very basic. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into. And like at first, I would started seeing faces in all of the pieces. Of course, if I see it in my name, of course, I'm gonna see it here. And then it was like all flat, and then it started becoming more like 3D-ish. I started to learn more tricks in stop motion and create more different characters. And then this was later on. I would start adding sound effects. I learned more about the laws of light and how to make my lighting better, how to like principles of animation. I had no idea about any of this thing. Absolutely clueless. There would be like a more elaborate story. And for that week, and every week, I would want to learn something new in stop motion. So in that week, I saw this video about how Disney used a multi-plane glass machine where they would animate things on separate layers. Like they use this for cartoons like Snow White, and they would put the camera above, and then this would add depth of field. But I didn't have like all this glass multi-plane machine. I just had like a piece of glass in the living room table. I took it, I put it on some wooden sticks. I use a lot of Pringles cans. I have like, this is like the most important tool in my studio. And at that point, I wanted to be like more serious about it. So I borrowed my friend's camera for a whole year and I started just animating. I didn't realize at that point, I still did not call myself an animator. I was just having too much fun. But I was like, maybe one day I'll redesign one of these products, not knowing that I was totally going in a whole other direction. And this was the last thing, the last object that I took apart in that series. And it's also one of the first objects I remember taking apart. So I have this memory of me trying to pull out the eyes of my dolls because I wanted to know how the doll closed its eyes when I put it down. And I also see my mom running, yelling. It's like, this is not how you play with dolls. And I never got to know, but now I know. So I did take it apart and find out. And this is what's inside my doll head. So little did I know that this actually became my career. And I now take things apart for a living. So this is one of the videos. I made this in 2020, and it was actually for a client. It was a company called iFixit. They're kind of like the Wikipedia of how to fix your things. And they asked me to create any videos. So it's like they are known for their teardowns, to explain to people what's inside the things that they throw away. And I made this guessing game for them on Instagram because I realized that a lot of people, they follow my videos and they always comment saying that we actually don't know what's inside the things we use on a daily basis. We never imagined that it had so many things inside. And yeah, and to show you, this is it. So I took apart 4 objects and animated them. And I was thinking that the more I do this, the more I realize maybe that's why we actually throw away things, because we consider them as one object and not many, many, many. And it moves into it. Yeah, and this project actually got really big. So I did a limited edition AR print of it. I did 50 ones, and they're actually sold all over the world. I never imagined that this would happen. And I've also won Vimeo Best of the Year in 2020 for it. I never imagined that like 7 years later, I would have my own stop motion studio in Egypt, winning awards and making the exact thing that I love to do and getting commissioned for it. And many people actually liking what I do. But this one, not really teens and children. I showed it to them. I teach workshops, and I was teaching this workshop in Armenia for teens and teaching them the same process, like taking things apart, and showed them this video, and they were not impressed at all. I was like, why are you not? I was so like upset. Like I asked them, why are you not? Don't you like this? And they're like, we don't even understand what this is, because they don't know what a Walkman is. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so old. This is actually my Walkman. And I used to share it with my brother. Yeah. So it's now I'm so happy to say that like I've gone past like to see where I started, because when I started I had no idea what anything about stop motion was, and I would actually do all of my videos from a toilet. So I would literally just put a table in front of the toilet in a toilet seat and just do all my setup there, because it's really easy to control small. I had these really cheap lights, and it was very easy to control them in a smaller space. So I would just do whatever I can to just get the shot I want. I would borrow my friend's equipment, and this was client work, but don't tell them, they would never watch this. So, so anyways, yeah, so I just would use whatever is around me and just make it happen. Like sometimes I look at my even old laptop now and I don't understand how it works. Like it wasn't even working now. How did it handle all of these photos? But somehow I made it work, and now I have my professional stop motion studio in Egypt. And along this process, like I show you very like the summary of the last 7 years, and it feels wow, it happened, and you can like reach your goal. I didn't even know what my goal was, so I was completely lost. But it wasn't that easy. I had a lot of like doubts and a lot of things that stopped me along the way. One of them was my title. So like after 6 months of doing this, I started getting some commissions. It was very, very small commissions. And then I accepted like doing stop motions for companies. And I would say yes, because I was very, very broke, and I needed like to pay the bills and like be an actual human who can like go out and do all these things. But inside of me, I still thought that I'm not really an animator, because I do not know anything about animation. I'm just doing it for fun. I did not study it. I don't know any of the other stuff that people do. I would never be like as good as all these other animators I see online. And to really make it, like I cannot just be doing this, what I do, just taking things apart. I would really need to learn how to draw, how to do 2D animation, 3D animation, and all of these cool things that are happening, because the stop motion world is like really, really tiny, and there isn't even like animation jobs in Egypt, so I wouldn't even get stop motion. And so I wasn't really considering myself as an animator, but I also wasn't really a product designer, because I was breaking things and not really designing them. So whenever I would go to any event, it would be like, oh my God, so bad, so bad. Because like, I'm sure everyone here, the first question you ask is, what do you do? And I hated this question because I had no idea how to answer it. I could not say I'm a product designer. Did not say that I'm an animator. And I could not even tell them, like, at one point I thought maybe instead of like saying what I do, I'd say what I love. And I love trash and collecting trash. but this raised like more questions than answers. So I was like, okay, I'm just not gonna go to any of these events. So I really isolated myself and I just made more videos, and maybe it wasn't the best thing until I realized I actually got invited to speak at the very first conference, and I have no idea how this happened, but it happened. And I realized that why am I, when I saw all these other artists and how they do their work, I was like, why am I so fixating on being one thing? I can just be whatever I want. So if I want to be an animator for a while, this is fine. And if I maybe end up doing product design in a while, this is fine too. I'm not really, because I felt like I failed in product design and that I had so much passion for it, and I traveled and I left my country and all of this. But this doesn't mean that it's the end. And once I realized this, and once I gave myself that space to just allow myself to be anything, I actually started seeing that my background in product design didn't actually just end, but it's kind of that I mixed both together. And when I realized this, my work completely changed, became so different. Starting with that, I started making things. So I'm not just a stop motion animator, but I'm a maker as well. And this is one of the things I really, really wanted to make for no like urgent reason, but I really wanted to make a small version of this. Because we don't have these actually in Egypt. We have this big, like humongous balls, like bears. I don't know, but they are more like balls. And they always put like 8 of them in a row. So it's very shocking to see, but I really love this one. It's so much fun. And I made it out of trash, and I put it up on MakeZine. I sent it to MakeZine, and they put it in their newsletter. And someone in Germany saw it. It was Mark. He runs a conference called Beyond Tellerrand, and he's the one who invited me to my first conference ever. And I'm so grateful for that. Like, all these events was my way to meet other creatives, meet other artists, and see the potential of what I can actually do with the things I do now. Because I did not have this, and I still don't have this community in Egypt of artists who are doing unusual things. Like, artists paint, artists, or like animators animate things very specifically. But if you want to do a little wavy dancing guy, there's no way to like make it as an artist doing that in Egypt. But I got to see all these other artists and see, okay, maybe I can do that, maybe I can do this. And I started doing that and getting like more, like whatever I want to do, I make. So this was actually for a company called Argineering, and they do these kits where you can, they would allow artists to make their work more interactive. So I decided to turn one of my animations into an actual machine. It's called the Hi machine, the Hi. Yeah. So I made this in the COVID years where, you know, you'd say hi to it and it'd say open and spell the word hi. It was a fun project to make. Even my stop motion work completely changed once I realized that I have my own way of seeing things because of my product design background. And this is one permission. This one I made for Vice, obviously. And it's funny, sometimes they sent me and they explained my work to me in ways that I did not know. So they told me, Dina, you're so good at making things that are so like you have this thing where you turn very unorganized things into pure order. I was like, yeah, I do this. Oh, interesting. Okay. Now I know what to do for you. I'm going to do this. And at the beginning, it was very hard to, like, obviously now I'm so happy that I'm getting clients who really want me to do whatever I want, because no one would want this, like, they're just like, do whatever you want. So I'm very happy that I've reached this point. But to reach that point, I kind of had a plan in mind, and it worked out. So I decided, like, throughout the last 6 years, I decided that I'm going to do a lot, because obviously I need, like, to work, I need experience in stop motion, I need to build like just people know that there's Dina in Egypt, in Cairo, who does stop motion. There's one person there that does this. And I would just work and decide that, like, okay, 90% of my work is just gonna be work that pays the bills, that I gain experience from, but 10% of it is gonna be work that is Dina, that is really my ideas, the work that I want more of. And year by year, I'm gonna try to shift the scale. So it's gonna be like 80-20, and then what is more? Yeah, 80-20, and then 70-30, and then 50-50, and then like all this. It took less than that. So now I can say that 100% of the work I do is all work that is me, my ideas, that I really enjoy, and that is me. Yeah, something like this. But it took time. And the trick is to do it and not feel bad about it, but I never shared it online. So I've done so many things that people don't know that I did. And I wouldn't share, it's not bad, but I wouldn't share it because I didn't want more of that. I wanted work that was the 10% that was growing. So the trick is to just share what you want more of, because what you put out there is what you get. This is this is an example of a personal work that I would do and put up there. So this was done for a challenge created by another creator online. His name is Kevin Perry. He's an animator and a video creator. And in 2020, he did this challenge where he would animate or like make videos around an emoji every single month. And every month would be a different one. And for February, it was a book. And this is what I made.
Once upon a time, in a land far, far away.
So I wanted to animate a talking book, but I didn't want to make it like the typical way that everyone would, like maybe animators would make, where they would make just tape mouth shapes on the book and make it talk. I decided that if I'm going to only be animating objects and this is the only thing I want to do, then I want to animate objects in a way that no one would ever do them before. And to me, when I see a book as the product designer in me, I don't see this, I don't see a book, but I see all the pieces of it separately. And I kind of see it reversing back on the production line. So to me, when I look at this, I see pieces of leather, I see papers, I see threads, glue, ink, some words. I see, like, I take it down to all the components. So I was thinking, and then it's a lot easier to think that way for more ideas, because you can do few things with a book. You can stack them, you can flip through it, you can write in it, you can maybe tear a paper. But when you have all these different components and parts, you can do a lot more because you have a lot more to play with. And I thought, okay, let's start with paper. You can fold paper, you can tear it, you can fold it as origami and make a mouse shape. But I have so many papers inside a book. And then I Googled book folding, something like this, and I discovered a world called book folding, actually. And this is the making of it. So I think there's, here, yeah. So I went to the Azbekaya market, it's a used book market in Cairo, and I figured out the equation of how I find like my really good ideas is when I mix few things of what I love. So I love stop motion, I love craft, I love product design, and I love trash. So I went there, I found a couple of used books. It was actually a really bad translation of the Da Vinci Code in Arabic. It was all printed illegally, translated. And it was printed upside down, and the guy there gave me all the misprints. And I learned how to design the pattern. I folded it up and I made 14 different mouse shapes. And each book took like 4 hours just to mark and 4 hours to fold. So I invited my friends and my sister and my family to do this with me, and they never helped me again. But some of them, not all of them, but some of them had fun. And this is how I made it. These are some of the like close-ups of what it looks like and some of the different experiments I did. And to me, it's very fun to me, trash and objects are kind of my paint. As like painters paint with paint, I use objects to paint the ideas in my head. This is another commission, and I made this for an insurance company actually in US. They're called Lemonade, and they commissioned artists to create anything that had a pink line in the middle. So I thought, what can be pink and be a line? And I thought of balloons, and I thought, I never really saw someone animate balloons before. How can I animate balloons? And I kind of thought of, okay, how are balloon dogs made? If they were made in a factory, again, because I'm a product designer, I was. So I thought, okay, maybe I can magically do this. And it keeps going on, like this way of thinking.
There's an element of fun. You find the fun. And the job's a game.
A job is a job.
So that was my very early attempts in character animation, because again, I didn't want to just be animating things as they were done. I wasn't interested in that. I wanted to animate objects only. This is like the only thing I want to animate, objects and trash. And I thought if I want to do characters, then maybe I can turn one of my like trash objects into a character. And I did this not consistent at all series called Glue Life. And my videos are kind of, how when you are upset of something and you write it down on a paper and then you tear it up and now it's gone out of your head. I kind of do this with my videos. I'd be like thinking of something and then I make an animation about it and now it's out in the world and it's like, okay, now I can move on. But it takes me like 3 months to get it out of my head. So in the previous one, I was thinking, like I had the struggle of, oh my God, I need to do all this work. Should I be like having fun doing this work, or should it just like a job be a job? And this is the second one. It's a sad little loop. This is obviously me. So I made this in 2019, and I named this When I Tried to Put My Life Together, because it felt like every time I now figured how things work, it all just fell apart. And then it was like really a really bad year. And then 2020 happened. And I realized I rushed to judgment. It was like 2019 was really good. Yeah, so in that video, I was just learning how to make a loop. So I just continued to make my own personal content and just to, therapeutically, like it was like therapy to me to get like some things I think of out of my head, and also like to learn more about stop motion, really like get my skills to a level that like is better and better, until I did get put this out in the world, and I did get clients that want exactly that. So this is the third one in the not so series that I'm making. So this one was actually commissioned by Adult Swim. They sent me and they are like, Dina, would you like to make an ID for us? And I was like, yes, I have an idea. And from the first call, I told them, I see this little sticky tape character that is struggling so much and like ripping his hair off, like part of him to make his art. And it makes up the logo. And they're like, perfect, do it. So I did it. And it was like the first complicated kind of character that I do, because before I was just doing like object animation, and then I realized making a character with like hands and eyes and legs and a tape moving, I have no idea how a tape character actually behaves. So I did a study of it, a very serious study, and it really helped. It wasn't easy to do that. So I was thinking, how can I be a tape? Because I really need to understand how it would move. So at first, I had this exercise ball, and I would sit on it, and I tried, but I fell immediately. It was a disaster of an idea. So I thought, okay, this will not work. I need to find something that would allow me to move like that. So I thought of these kids' I don't know, swings in playgrounds where they have this big spring and it has a horse on it. I don't know what is it called. And I went to so many playgrounds around Cairo and I did not find it. I was like, what do kids play with these days? I have no idea. And then I was just on my Instagram, and one of my friends had this video of her niece playing on this. I was like, can I come over? It's a really, really important project. I swear, it's for a really big client and I need to borrow your yellow horse. And she's like, okay, fine, come. And then luckily her niece wasn't there, but she actually walked in while I was doing this. She came as a surprise and she was shocked. She just stood there. She was like, she did not say a word. She was just looking at me, and I was like this on the horse. But she was actually interested. Like she was just, oh, I never saw someone do this on the horse before. And then she came with me and she tried to like play along, and she actually was very interested. Yeah. So I didn't know, like 7 years ago, if you would ask me like that I would be doing all these things, that I would be a stop motion animator because I decided to take things apart because I liked it, I would have said never. Absolutely no. Like I have no idea what stop motion is, what animation is. I'm not even interested in photography or anything, so I would say no. And even like the first few things that I made, like I made them and I knew that I'm a designer, so I knew that they didn't really look that good, but it was just so much fun, and I decided to not stop myself and be like, this is really bad, I will never get a job. Like, how would I even compete like in Egypt or out there or anything? And I'm so glad that I did not listen to this voice, and I just continued with whatever I was doing and having so much fun with it, because it led me to where I am now. And I have really no idea what's going to happen next or what I will be doing. Maybe I would be doing stop motion, maybe not. Maybe I'll learn how to code. I don't know. I did not understand anything today. but maybe, who knows? Who knows? I'm open to everything, and I decided that I'm not really going to put like goals and plans for myself, because my plans really suck when I think about it. But I'm rather going to just do the work and enjoy it and just wait and see how this will develop and unfold. That's all. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed watching all this. Thank you.
What a way to finish the conference. Thank you so much, Dina. That's amazing. It's so inspiring and so wonderful to see that creativity and how you've kind of followed that and made it happen for yourself. So
Thank you so much.
One more round of applause, I think, for Dina. Well, friends, it's that time of day. I think I think number 7. Can you find your way with the balance beam again? There we go. We did it. I'm just going to do a little. Hang on a second. Bear with me one sec. All right, we're back in the room. So we did it. Number 7 in the bag. The videos are going to be up shortly, so you can rewatch these things as well, and those will be being published. As I said, I'd love to get a photo of you all. So thank you for not immediately putting on coats and starting to dash out. There are a few bits of tidying up information-wise as well, and I want to also get Josh on the stage in just a second. But I would just kind of like to offer a few little words of thanks just briefly before I invite Josh up here. First things first, the speakers today, all of them, every speaker from start to finish, I've just thoroughly enjoyed. So can we have a big round of applause for all of the speakers we've seen? Incredible. And also, Amanda has been furiously typing non-stop all day with just a brief rest for lunch. Amanda, how are your fingers? Are they doing okay? I don't know how long this will take. This could be the longest conversation. We've lost her. We've lost the internet. Oh, well, actually, for the people in the room, that's probably a good thing, because I was about to have a really long, stilted conversation with Amanda via the medium of live transcript. So you've been spared that. But our thanks go to her anyway, nonetheless. Of course, all of the crew, all of the volunteers, all of the AV team, everyone at the venue, it takes a village to make this happen. So thank you to all of you. And of course, thanks to the wonderful sponsors who also really support this event and make it possible. So our thanks go to them as well. I'm going to invite Josh up onto the stage in just 1 second, because I think we also need to... In fact, let's do it now. Let's have a big round of applause for Josh. Josh Nesbitt, who produces this event, makes it happen. It really is a bit of a labour of love making an event like this happen, and Josh is the powerhouse behind it. You'll be able to thank him at this social. Details are on the website. You'll be able to go there and look deep into his eyes and say thank you there. But Josh, huge thanks. Well done.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. The nature of live events is that obviously the internet goes down as soon as we thank Amanda. That's just how it works, isn't it? But no, I'm just going to say a few words, really, because it does take a lot to do this, and we have an amazing team that come together to help make this happen. Obviously, there's conditions that we can't always predict with the internet, but there's a team running around in the back trying to make it all work, and they are amazing. As you said, it's the 7th year of the conference, but it's also the 10th year of Hey Presents events. That's over 50 events we've got under our belt now. And there's no sign of stopping, really. Started it as a kind of way to promote the North, champion the digital scene that we have in the North, and I'm going to continue to do that. As Dina mentioned, you go to conferences, you meet people, you start talking. I think these things are really important for the scene. Just grateful for your time. It's been a very difficult year. There's been layoffs, there've been budget cuts. It's been very difficult. But the community really has stood next to everyone, and there's been amazing response to the tickets here. There's been support tickets bought, which allows people to attend the event for free if they can't afford to come. There's been people gifting tickets to each other. It's just been a really amazing response, really. And obviously we've mentioned the sponsors, frankly, for helping us be caffeinated and Work Digital, who have been amazing to help support a lot of the kind of more accessible sides of the conference too. They've also offered their time as well, so if you find yourself out of work and you need support, you need some advice, James and the team are going to be at the social. They're wearing hoodies, I think, saying Work Digital. Please go and talk to them. They're happy to give their time and support the community, because it's so important. Just a thank you to the production team. They're amazing. We would shout out Amanda. Sadly, she's disappeared, but hopefully she'll watch this back. She has been furiously typing. It's quite impressive, really.
Incredible, yeah.
So huge thanks to Amanda. And obviously our amazing MC, Mr. Phil Hawksworth. Can you please give him a huge round of applause? I I often say this, you know, it's an event that you're very firmly a part of. You're part of the DNA of this, and it just wouldn't be the same without you. So every year, I'm grateful for you coming back. So
Well, thank you. I love it. It's a huge highlight of my year, so I love it. So thank you very much.
amazing, thank you. And just in the spirit of community, we have a few things that I wanted to mention. You know, there's other amazing events on as well as this one. We have Leeds GS, which is an amazing local meetup that's been going for a while. You know, see some faces here that were coming to the original Hay events way back when. So support Leeds GS. The next event is on the 10th of May. After that, the day after, actually, they've got She Does Digital doing Where Did You Start, which is an amazing event. Clockwise Leeds, go buy tickets at that URL there. I think it's a free event, but just pop along. Obviously, Marco's event that you mentioned earlier, ComCon. Love ADH for the discount there. And finally, we have State of the Browser, ran by our very own Dave here. Dave has the deepest voice you will ever experience. You will not miss him at the social. Please go talk to him. But yeah, our friends running State of the Browser, it's an amazing conference. I think you've been a few times.
Yeah, I love it. It's definitely worth your time. I would definitely get to that one. It's great.
Absolutely. And finally, we have another event coming up on the 22nd of June. It's a free event. It's going to be at Belgrave, celebrating 10 years of Belgrave Music Hall and Canteen. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled for tickets that are going to be coming out soon. We've got the fantastic Vic Lee speaking. I don't know if you've seen him. He's an amazing artist. Does loads of really fantastic stuff. I think that's from me. So I'll hand it over to you for closing comments.
I think we're there. I think we're there. I think the only thing left to do before we head back down to Hedgerow. I left that slide on for just a moment. I'm going to push this back up just for a sec. Well, there it is. So yeah, Hedgerow House is where the social is going to be. I think it's on the ground floor, so you can find it, get in there nice and easily. I think there might be a drink in it for you. So again, I imagine some sponsorship from one or other, or is probably just coming out of your pocket.
Have a beer.
Have a beer. Have a beer. Come and have a drink, alcoholic or or otherwise. Their information on where to find that, if you don't know, is on the website at that address. And with that, I think it's time for a family photo. Should we have a photo?
Absolutely.
So it might be worth, if you're at the edge, just like squeezing in a little bit. If there's a space, I dare you. I know I'm asking a lot, but we'll be out of these seats in a moment. Anywho, but maybe just squeeze in a tiny bit just to make sure you get in there, and then we'll say cheese. Are we good? Are you ready for it? We're going to go for it. We're going to go for it.
Coming down.
I might put that on. That might be better for your lighting.
There you go.
Do you want to sit?
Are we going arms up?
I think arms up. I mean, we'll follow your lead, but I think, do you want some enthusiasm, or do you want us to look unhappy? Can you lend some enthusiasm? I've never felt more like a red coat at Butlins, and that comes after the rest of this day. So I think there will be. Shall we go with a whoop or a woo? The mob has spoken. Woos it is. Woos it is, and I recommend arms in the air as well. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. One and done. One and done. If you blinked, unlucky. Everyone, thank you so much for sticking around to do that as well at the end, and thank you for being here. It's just an absolute privilege to be able to be part of this event. Come and see us at Hedgerow House. We'll have a chat, and see you for the 8th one. Don't know if Josh is ready for that. Okay, thanks so much. See you soon. Thanks.